Our story kicks off with a man standing atop a gruesome mountain of corpses. He confronted Luo Wei, demanding to know why this betrayal had happened. He remembered them as brothers, partners, who had fought side by side through countless battles, through life and death. Luo Wei then reminded him of the calamity's terrible genesis. Monsters had erupted from bizarre spatial rifts, unleashing chaos across the land over time. These rifts were eventually dubbed dungeons, and those who ventured into contact with them gained mysterious new powers known as classes. This led to the formation of the Class Corps, an organization dedicated to conquering these dungeons, and they advanced, triumphantly pushing back the threats. Luo Wei then fixed an intense gaze upon the protagonist, revealing that this was precisely the reason. He had to be eliminated. The man had grown utterly uncontrollable, far too powerful. After all, powerful class users could effortlessly disrupt the Empire's delicate order. And he, having surpassed even the Triple S rank, was undeniably the most dangerous enemy of them all. The supreme power, he declared, must remain solely in the hands of the royal family. Only then, he claimed, could the Empire maintain its stability. His eyes gleaming with pure rage, the protagonist furiously questioned if this was merely an excuse to slaughter his family and comrades. With chilling malice in his eyes, Luo Wei coldly clarified that he was doing this purely for the Empire's stability. Just before the protagonist could even draw another breath, Luo Wei detonated a powerful, hidden explosion, revealing he'd tampered with the protagonist's armor long ago. The blast would also inject a potent compound, poison directly into his fresh wounds. Luo Wei knew that after an exhausting SSS rank battle, the protagonist would lack the strength to resist. To ensure his demise, Luo Wei had an entire army waiting. He considered it his final, twisted show of respect. Just as death claimed him, the protagonist began to frantically recall memories of the moments spent alongside Luo Wei. At that very moment, his hidden skill, Mirror World, met its activation conditions. Mirror World, an SSS rank. Hidden skill was the ultimate ability that could revert absolutely everything. He lost his life, and his soul plunged into a mysterious lake. Decades later, a cruel pair of boys were torturing another, weaker boy. They tied him to a tree, his body submerged in the lake. One of them landed a gut punch, then told his friend to dunk him under again. As they tortured him, they couldn't help but mock his suffering, deciding to keep him underwater even longer, to teach him a lesson if he kept up his act. His struggling expression was pure entertainment to them, and they planned to pull him out eventually, only to beat him a few more times for good measure. The boy could no longer hold his breath. He didn't know why. He always had to be the one to suffer. At that critical moment, the protagonist's true soul began to awaken. A boy with glasses nervously approached the bullies, telling them to stop because the other boy was going to die. One of the bullies turned around, fixing him with an arrogant gaze. He retorted that if he was about to die, he should just heal himself. After all, that's what a Shintar was for, right? Though he knew it wouldn't be much use. He then accused the boy with glasses, calling him a hypocrite, since he was the one who led them all to find their victim. Therefore, if the boy died, it would be his fault. The boy with glasses panicked, explaining that he only did it because they had forced him to. This enraged the bully, who prepared to strike him. But then, something utterly strange happened. A powerful light began to emerge from the lake. The bullies instantly started to flee the scene, screaming in terror about the appearance of a dungeon and their desperate need to escape. A new dungeon was definitely beyond their capabilities. The attention of the boy with glasses was fixed on the boy they had been torturing. Seeing he was still submerged in the water, he started running toward the rope, knowing he had to save him. At that moment, the lake dried up completely, and terrifying monsters began to appear. The boy with glasses frantically started to untie the knots, and while he was distracted, one of the monsters lunged right at him. But just then, the boy who was tied up grabbed him by the clothes and yanked him out of the attack's path. Then he extended his hand and unleashed a skill called Glacial Impact. The system notified him he'd used Basic Heal on a minor demon, but the action had failed Because the target's HP was already full, the boy with glasses panicked, not understanding why he was healing the monster. When the monster tried to attack again, he summoned a shield, blocking the attack. Just in the nick of time, when the protagonist opened his info window, he saw his name was Yun-Che, and he had the Chanter class. He realized he'd used a healing spell, and that this wasn't his original body. Normally, when someone touched a dungeon, they would bind to the system and obtain a random starting class, which should be unchangeable. After that, they would grow and become stronger through the dungeon, gaining skills tied to their class. However, he had been a warrior who'd reached the pinnacle. Back then, he'd used a skill called Mirror World. After that, he was trapped in the Mirror World until he heard the dying cry of that boy. He finally realized he'd been revived in that boy's body. This wasn't exactly a happy thought, but he still thanked the boy for giving him a chance. At revenge, the boy with glasses informed Yun-Che that the monsters were surrounding them and asked for immediate help, as he could only handle 3 at most. The protagonist knew his body was too weak. Even these small enemies were beyond his capabilities. At their speed, he couldn't even run. Even opening his skill window, he realized they were all useless. Basic heal restored 1 to 4 HP to a target, and entangling vines summoned vines to immobilize a single enemy. With a low success rate, Chanter was too specialized. Its strengths were in support, but it was outclassed in every role. It was no wonder this class was always looked down upon. For now, with his old combat instincts, he could resist briefly. Yun-Xia dodged the monster's attack, knowing he needed a quick way out. He was doomed if his stamina ran dry. His only hope now rested on the hidden skill, Mirror World. Our hero skillfully dodged an incoming attack. He had no clue how the skill even functioned. Then, he daringly touched the monster. But the skill fizzled out. Its conditions weren't met. Was his level simply too low? Or did it require an actual mirror? We tried the skill on the monster once more. It failed again, his level proving insufficient. Realizing this, he figured Mirror World needed a reflective surface to work. Since the level issue couldn't be fixed yet, he decided to try a different target. When our protagonist used the skill on the monster's weapon, it failed again, his level still too low. He even tried the skill on a tattered loincloth, but it also failed for the exact same reason. The boy with glasses began to panic, telling him to stop wasting time with his useless skills. He couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, a burst of dark energy descended from the sky. A terrifying monster, a malformed overlord. Level 10 had appeared. The boy with glasses instantly knew they were doomed. An elite monster like this one required at least level 10 just to be defeated. Then, several more bursts of ominous energy began raining down from the sky. His eyes widened in sheer terror, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Hundreds of fierce monsters materialized before them. While our hero was still busy experimenting with his skill, the monsters began to charge menacingly toward them. Yun-Che couldn't even use his skill on mere rocks. He wondered if the level gap was simply too massive. Then, our protagonist decided to use his skill on Chao Ji's makeshift barrier, but the system promptly informed him it had failed, as the skills of others simply could not be reversed. Upon realizing he couldn't reverse other people's skills, a wide smile spread across his face. This meant he could reverse his own abilities. Once our protagonist used the skill on his own ability, it revealed that Mirror World had successfully reversed his entangling vine skill. Meanwhile, Yun-Xia unleashed chaotic thorns, causing thousands of sharp thorns to erupt from the ground as one of the monsters lunged to attack. Another monster, engulfed in a crimson aura, struck it down. This saved Chao Ji, who was left utterly bewildered, unable to grasp what was unfolding. But then, our protagonist suddenly realized the skill's effect had been completely flipped on its head. Instead of immobilizing, it now inflicted confusion. The entangling vine skill usually snared a single enemy, with a low chance to immobilize them. However, its reversed upgrade, Chaotic Thorns, now sent thorns lashing out at a target, with a low chance of inflicting confusion. The monsters then started attacking each other, all thanks to that confusion status effect, which makes affected units attack random targets. Our protagonist couldn't help but crack a smile as he realized this seemingly useless skill had turned powerful. After being reversed, this made him contemplate what would happen if he reversed the rest of his skills. Mirror World truly lived up to its SSS rank reputation. As a hidden skill, it didn't just reverse skill effects. It also applied an overall powerful enhancement. If he'd used the non-reverse version of this skill, the success rate would have been abysmal. The restraint duration would only last a mere second. At most, nowhere near its current potency. Our boy then grabbed a sword lodged firmly in the ground and couldn't help but wonder again. What would happen if he reversed his remaining skills? His attention was drawn to the skill Empowered Strike. It cost 20 mana points, lasted 30 seconds, and granted a 5% attack boost to a single unit, with the effect ending when that unit consumed. Mana points. When Yunche reversed this skill, it transformed into Trick Blade. It now cost 40 mana points, lasted 60 seconds, and granted a 10% attack boost. For each consumption of mana points, he activated Trick Blade, and his sword began to emanate a powerful aura. He realized that each skill use granted a 10% boost in attack power. Trick Blade was active, with 60 seconds remaining on its duration. Just by activating this, any skill usage would now trigger attack power increases. The potential was insane. Yun Xiao just leveled up, now hitting level 6. He noticed many monsters had died from their own infighting, and realized these creatures actually gave a decent amount of experience. Upon death, when a monster tried a surprise attack, our boy reacted instantly and blocked it. Yunche's attention was drawn to his own HP bar, which had 480 HP and 120 mana points. He realized that leveling up had fully restored his mana points. While the monsters remained chaotic, he decided to test out his Trick Blade. Yunche activated Chaotic Thorns, consuming mana points. This triggered the Trick Blade's effect, causing a rapid decrease in his mana points, and while his attack repeatedly increased by a 10% boost. With each consumption, he now had 12 mana points, but his Trick Blade had resulted in a 120% attack increase. With 44 seconds remaining on its duration, his eyes began to gleam, and his attention fixed on a monster charging straight towards him. He realized that this skill broke all conventions by allowing him to reach 2.2 times his attack power so easily. When the monster attacked, our boy deftly deflected the blow, moved behind it, and dealt a deep gash on its back and then its stomach. Kaljai was in shock. He couldn't believe this was Yunche. Observing his movements, he wondered how a level 5 Shanter could have such capability. And since when did Shanters possess such skills? Our boy continued to fight the monsters, killing them one by one. With his level 6 stats, 120 mana points, and 1 mana point regeneration per second, he realized he could theoretically reach 2.3 times his attack power. In an instant, he defeated a level 11 monster, and couldn't help but smile. He realized his current strength could barely handle these level 11 elites. At that moment, a hand emerged from the ground. Yunche's attention was fixed on it. As a level 21 monster, the Battle Fiend Chimera, a monstrous creature burst from the ground, letting out a terrifying roar. The beast turned and massacred the smaller monsters with a single devastating move. Chaoji's eyes widened, filled with sheer terror. Meanwhile, our boy was somewhat surprised to find a hidden level 21 boss lurking in this dungeon. The boss immediately charged straight toward our boy. He tried to unleash Chaotic Thorns, but the skill failed. The monster was immune to chaos, just as the monster was about to strike. Chao Ji bravely stepped in front, summoning his shield. Yun Xia was caught off guard, and then, not long after, he spotted a familiar face. A blonde-haired boy called him an idiot, reminding him he'd told him not to charge forward. Our boy's eyes widened. The boss attacked with incredible force, shattering Chao Ji's summoned shield instantly, and sending his body crashing hard against the ground. Yun Che rushed to his side, extending his hand and activating his skills. He activated Basic Heal on Chao Ji, which restored a measly 1 HP. This consumed mana points, leaving him with only 54 points. Trick Blade activated, granting him a 10% damage boost. Immediately after, Basic Heal activated again on Chao Ji, this time landing a critical hit that restored 5 HP. Our boy's mana points plummeted to just 1. He grimly thought a chanter's healing skills were truly pathetic. He then asked Chao Ji if he had any health potions. Chao Ji replied he had an emergency one, and our boy urged him to drink it immediately. His Trick Blade now had 85 seconds of duration left. The boss began slaughtering the remaining monsters. Yunche knew he wasn't yet a match for this boss, but the mobs were almost entirely wiped out. He had a plan in mind. Displaying his blade, he asked Chao Ji to hold on for just a minute, as he was going to finish off the remaining monsters, leaving Chao Ji completely surprised. Our boy moved like lightning, slicing the monsters to pieces with incredible speed. The duration of his Trick Blade reached 0. Then, Yunche leveled up, restoring his HP and mana points to 80 and 120 respectively. He activated Trick Blade by skillfully using Chaotic Thorns. Repeatedly, each consumption of mana points triggered the powerful effect of Trick Blade, increasing its attack by an additional 10%. With every activation, he knew he'd need at least a 400% attack boost to defeat the boss. He began slaughtering more monsters, leveling up again. This restored his mana points to 110. He then activated Chaotic Thorns, which granted him a 10% attack damage boost and reduced his mana points to 101. He repeated the activation of Chaotic Thorns, gaining another 10% attack boost. As his mana points dropped to 92, he realized he had to cast Chaotic Thorns 40 times in just 50 seconds, which meant he needed to reach level 10. Chao Ji was in utter shock, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. Yunche leveled up several times. The boss prepared to attack, but our boy began to glow. He was now level 12. His Trick Blade had a 510% boost and a duration of 95 seconds, which was more than enough to face this boss. Yunche moved like lightning, cutting off its arm. He then appeared behind it and launched a chain of slashes, causing the monster terrible pain. Just before it had time to react, our boy sliced its body to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated a level 21 boss with over 10,000 HP. After killing this boss, our boy gained 3 levels, now being level 15. Chao Ji was in shock, unsure if he was dreaming, wondering if a level 5 chanter had just solo cleared an entirely new dungeon. Now that the dungeon lord had been defeated, the dungeon was cleared. He approached and asked Yunche if it was really him. The monsters dropped items, and the system prompted our boy to collect them. He wanted to know how our boy had suddenly become so strong. Our boy began to recall his past. Upon seeing Chao Ji's face, he asked what his relationship was with Chao Ben. Chao Ji was in shock, as he didn't know how Yunche knew his great-grandfather's nickname. Yunche was somewhat surprised to learn that he was actually the great-grandson of Chao Ben. He began to remember Chao Ben. His eyes welled up with profound sadness, knowing everyone he once cherished had been slain by Luo Wei. Just as he was about to press for more details on Chao Ben, Chao Ji abruptly looked away, stating that discussing him wasn't necessary at this very moment. If Yunche preferred not to answer his question, he didn't have to utter a single word. There was no need to humiliate him so blatantly. Yunche, slightly bewildered, couldn't quite grasp what was unfolding. Chao Ju interjected, saying that while he didn't understand why Yunche had been concealing his true power for so long, they really ought to head back to school. After all, the very next day, the school was organizing a trip to the Modern History Memorial Hall, and ditching classes would surely get them noticed. Yunche couldn't help but clench his fist, a surge of fury coursing through him. He decided to heed the advice, but deep down, he knew revealing his identity was still out of the question. If Chaudhry investigated too deeply, he might just become suspicious. Yunche pondered the Modern History Memorial Hall. It should contain records of events that transpired after his death. The next day, they boarded the subway en route to school. The students buzzed with excitement. Tons had certainly changed a great deal. After being dead for so many years, the world had undergone an enormous mutation. He couldn't believe they now utilized products. From dungeons to power carriages. So many things had appeared that he'd never seen before. However, he had encountered some of them in dungeons in the past. He opened his system inventory, wondering if only monster-dropped items could be taken out of a dungeon. He equipped the Chimera Bone Ring. It was a level 14 ring, forged from the rib of the dungeon lord. Of flesh and bone, the battlefield chimera. It allowed the wearer to attach a chimera limb to their body. He then pulled the robust physique skill book from his inventory. It was of excellent quality, a passive skill type, and its class was universally learnable. He then noticed that equipment like this, along with skill books, could be retrieved directly from the inventory. What's more, they could be bought and sold outside dungeons. His resilient physique skill was active, a passive, permanent skill that drastically reduced incoming physical damage. Yet, things that couldn't be stored in his inventory after defeating the dungeon lord were supposed to vanish along with the dungeon itself. His eyes began to gleam with utter confusion. He had no idea what had transpired after his death. Not long after, he arrived at the Modern History Memorial Hall, and the very first thing he saw there was the imposing statue of Luowei, the supreme ruler of the kingdom, the very emperor who had ended the dungeon disasters. The teacher began to guide the students through the modern history Memorial Hall, explaining that many students already knew that this very place, more than 50 years ago, had been the battlefield of a famous rebellion. The teacher explained that back then, they were deeply afflicted by the relentless dungeons. He added that, especially after the most terrifying S rank dungeon appeared, everyone lived in sheer terror. King Luowei personally led the professional army on an expedition. Despite suffering heavy casualties, he finally conquered this terrifying dungeon. But just at that moment, he encountered a long-planned rebellion. Its mastermind, as everyone knew, was Yunche. Yunche was the very man deeply trusted by the king, but who ultimately became an ungrateful traitor. Yunche couldn't help but feel furious, seeing what history had become. They were the ones who cleared the S rank dungeon, and they were the ones who were ambushed. The teacher clenched his fist, mentioning that they couldn't imagine the sheer pain of being betrayed under such circumstances. But their king overcame this sorrow and fought with blood and courage. Finally, with the help of the hero Ding Kuan, he successfully crushed the rebellion. Yuncha's eyes sparked with curiosity upon hearing the name Ding Kuan. He wondered if such a person truly existed. The bullies who tortured Yunche in the lake reappeared, looking utterly baffled. They were surprised to still be alive. They wondered how this was even possible, especially since he and Chao Ju had been dragged into that new dungeon. One of the bullies then blurted out that the dungeon had been cleared. He figured that, for a fresh dungeon to be cleared so fast, a true master must have been nearby. According to him, they were incredibly lucky to have found that master. Our boy's attention sharpened, fixing on them. He realized these were the bastards who'd tortured the original owner of his body. Everyone started closing in on Ding Shui, eager to hear what he was raving about. They reacted with utter disbelief. They wondered if he'd really stumbled into a new dungeon, and even more shockingly, if he'd survived a disaster inside it. Ding Shu slung his arm around Chao Ju's shoulder and casually mentioned that he was quite lucky to have made it out alive. He then leaned in, whispering that they'd almost dragged them into that dungeon. That very day, he then demanded to know how they planned to settle this debt. Chao Ju immediately panicked, insisting it was all Ding Shu's fault. He even threatened to report him, accusing him of almost causing his and Yunche's deaths. Ding Shu seized Chao Ju by the head, questioning what on earth was going through his mind, and realizing he didn't seem to have any idea of the situation at all. Ding Shu asked Chao Ji to look at the statue before them and observe his ancestor being trampled by the hero. He revealed that he was the traitor and Chao En and Chao Ji were his descendants. Finally, he asked if he really thought anyone would take his side. Ding Shu exploded, yelling that Chao Ju could insult him all he wanted, but his ancestor was absolutely off limits. This left poor Chao Ju utterly stunned. Soon, everyone started gathering around, knowing Ding Shu's grandfather was none other than the hero. Upon hearing this, Ding Kuen's name, our boy's eyes began to gleam with a furious rage. The students then realized the person next to them was Chao Ji, the direct descendant of Chao Un. To them, the descendant of a traitor, insulting a hero, was a sign of the world being completely upside down. They recalled that his ancestor, Chao Un, had slaughtered countless people, and if the hero hadn't intervened, who knows how many more would have perished. Ding Shu then began to feign, making it crystal clear that he didn't care what insults were hurled at him behind his back, but he absolutely couldn't allow him to insult his ancestor. To his face, the teacher approached Chao Ju, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and demanded he apologize. He told him that as his teacher, he had always been fair, and reminded him the hero had forgiven his family in the past. He concluded that, even if he felt no gratitude for this, he had no right to defame him. After saying this, the teacher left. Ding Shu then placed a hand on Chao Ji's head and revealed that if he gave him a beating in public, people would only cheer him on. No one was going to help a vicious dog that was getting beaten. And besides, Chao Ji was a particularly despised dog. He grabbed Chao Ji by the hair and asked if he really believed that he, the descendant of a hero, could be wrong. He prepared to strike Chao Ji, but at that moment, someone kicked him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chao Ji's eyes widened in utter surprise. It was Yun Che, his eyes glowing with fierce rage. He questioned if the hero's family didn't have time to discipline their brats. The students immediately started recording, wondering if it was really Yun Che. They immediately noticed he seemed like a completely different person entirely. No one could believe he dared to strike Ding Shu. To them, he was utterly insane. Some even recalled he was only level 5, the weakest in his entire class. So, they wondered what on earth had happened to make him dare hit Ding Shu. He had no parents, and always seemed too gloomy to make friends. So they assumed he'd completely lost his mind. Ding Shu casually wiped his cheek, making it clear Yun Che was just a pathetic punching bag who should be grateful that Ding Shu wasn't even coming after him. He couldn't believe Yun Che had still dared to attack him, while he wasn't even paying attention. He and his friends then charged, rushing straight for our boy. But Yun Che moved like lightning, dodging their attacks and striking back before they could even react. Ding Shu crumpled to his knees on the ground and started spitting up blood. The students immediately started murmuring among themselves. Ding Shu was in utter shock, as he couldn't believe how incredibly fast Yun Che was. The other students were completely confused, as they didn't know what had just happened. They questioned how he had been taken down again so easily, and if Ding Shu was, in fact, a weakling. Ding Shu absolutely exploded with rage, unable to believe how a trash tier level 5 support could suddenly be stronger than him. Immediately, he activated the skill Hell, which increased his attack power by a whopping 25%. He then equipped the Fire-Forged Hammer, which granted him 314 points of pure attack power. He thought Yin Che had just gotten lucky, and without wasting another second, he lunged at him. Our boy moved quickly and, taking full advantage of the opening, punched him directly in the jaw. He was using the skill, Blade of Trickery, which increased his attack power by a massive 80%. Ding Shu was in shock. Our boy then kicked him, sending him crashing hard to the ground. Just then, the guard arrived, and seeing Yin Che stepping on Ding Shu, immediately asked if there was a healer. The students are utterly speechless. Witnessing Yin Che's incredible speed, they remembered he was only level 5. Even the blonde girl and her friend were utterly shocked. The guard firmly declared that fighting was forbidden inside the hall, given the risk of damaging precious items. He then demanded why the teacher couldn't control his students. The teacher began striding towards Yin Che, Yun Che had not only insulted a hero, but now dared to assault his descendant. According to him, Yun Che was utterly shameless. The teacher dramatically unsheathed his sword, and Yun Che's attention locked onto him. Our boy swiftly activated his ring, and the moment the teacher tried to attack, his mighty sword shattered into pieces, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. Yun Che then coolly stated that they should momentarily set aside the discussion of who was truly shameless. He pointed out to the teacher that, while he claimed to be fair, he seemed to have only listened to Ding Shu's side of the story. He then directly questioned him, asking if he was trying to curry favor with their family. The teacher snapped at him to stop talking nonsense, and then his gaze locked onto our boy's ring. He wondered aloud what kind of equipment it was, since even though he hadn't used his full strength, it had managed to block his attack. As a powerful aura began to emanate from his body, Yun Che clarified it was just a casual comment, and added he didn't believe the teacher was that type of person. The students were utterly shocked, as they couldn't believe Yun Che had even blocked the teacher's attack. The teacher promised he would thoroughly investigate the cause of this conflict internally. He wondered where Yun Che had obtained that kind of equipment, and if he too had some kind of backing. The ring Yun Che wore was the Chimera Bone ring, whose durability was already damaged by 37%. Despite being of epic quality, it was still just equipment, obtained from a level 21 lord. So using it against the level 35 teacher was pushing it too far. Yun Che then requested to be expelled from the hall as punishment, along with Cho Ju. Cho Ju then stood up and began to follow our boy. Their eyes widened in stunned confusion. The students simply couldn't believe that Yun Che had managed to block the teacher's attack, and wondered if this was even possible for a student. The teacher quickly ordered his students to cast a healing spell on Ding Shu. Meanwhile, our protagonist and Cho Ju discreetly left the hall. His heart heavy, he couldn't believe that in the end, no one had survived. And Ben had been brutally killed long ago by that hero. Fixing his gaze on Cho Ju, he figured that if he asked him anything now, he'd answer without a second thought. He cleared his throat, mentioning that his knowledge of history wasn't exactly stellar. So, he urged him to recount the specific heroic deeds of Ding Kuan. Cho Ju shifted nervously, mentioning that, although he wasn't entirely sure if he remembered correctly, it seemed the hero, Ding Kuan, had discovered the great villain, Yun Che's conspiracy beforehand. He explained that an ambush had been prepared near the S rank dungeon to provide support, and that's how the entire rebellion crisis was resolved. Yun Che felt a surge of surprise. He began to vividly remember his past life, and how they had truly been ambushed. Cho Ju explained that the hero, Ding Kuan, had aspired to solve the dungeon crisis since he was young, and always trained relentlessly for it. After being promoted by the king, he fought tirelessly across the country for years, saving countless places from various crises, like the infamous and well-known Great Cataclysm of Winterfell City. Yun Che's gaze fell to the ground as he pondered. The image of his past self, standing on a mountain of corpses, flashed through his mind, a somber expression on his face. Yun Che asked about the sword clutched by the hero's statue. Cho Ju explained that it was the flowing cloud sword, and added that, as the tale went, it was the very sword the hero had used to execute the traitor, Yun Ke. It was a top-tier piece of equipment. Yun Che's eyes began to burn with furious rage, as they had not only stolen his glory and achievements, but had even dared to claim his sword. He decided then and there that Ding Kuan was his first target. Was just outside the opulent Ding family compound. Several high-level warriors vigilantly patrolled. Suddenly, one of them, a warrior with keen eyes, began to glow, his focus instantly drawn to something unsettling. Not far from his position, he spotted Yun Che and Xiao Ju discreetly slipping into an alley. He decided against paying them much mind, assuming they were merely travelers passing through the area. Noticing the guard's intense alertness, Yun Che mused if he might be a wanderer, equipped with a powerful scout skill. Xiao Ju suggested they leave, urging Yun Che that they should just get out of there. He argued that the guard presence was overwhelming, and even if they somehow managed to sneak inside, the moment Ding Shu returned, they'd be utterly doomed. Although he yearned to directly confront and slay that hero, Ding Kuan, Yunxie knew it was simply impossible. According to Xiao Ju, Ding Kuan spent all his time deep within a high-level dungeon. Unlike in his past life, one couldn't freely enter and exit dungeons anymore. The high-level ones were all heavily guarded by the military, and a special pass was absolutely required for entry. However, he was certain that Ding Kuan's family must keep such a vital pass somewhere in their home. Our boy then questioned if it was truly necessary for this family to employ so many guards, especially since they were just one of dozens of branches, descended from a mighty Ding Kuan. Xiao Ju revealed that, after all, they were direct descendants of a hero. And incredibly, they even had a dungeon right on their property. Our boy's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly shocked to learn they possessed a dungeon at home. Xiao Ju explained that low-level dungeons had long been privately bought and sold, but this was not something people without immense power and influence could ever even dream of. Ding Shu always had guards with him, allowing him to farm monsters and level up whenever he pleased. In stark contrast, ordinary students like them could only do so during the school's rare dungeon practicals, where they even had to fiercely fight over monster kills. Yunxie realized this new era had drastically changed, questioning if this didn't imply that the richer and more powerful one became, the higher their level would be. Chaoji nodded, revealing that an ordinary person usually graduates from school between level 15 and 20, and since many no longer have access to dungeons, after that they remain stuck at that level. If one got a job related to dungeons, like a miner or a ranger in a national dungeon, they might reach a level close to 30 by middle age. In contrast, guards like those at Ding Shu's house could take advantage of their family's dungeon, allowing them to be around level 30. To reach a higher level, one generally had to be recruited by the army or enter an official organization, such as a guild or a military academy, through school assessments. Only then could one access higher level dungeons and reach higher levels. Our boy knew that if he wanted to become stronger, that pass was essential. Chowder suggested they just leave, arguing that the level gap was too large and that no matter how skilled he was, he would be no match for those guards. Yin Shou was aware that his current strength was far from enough to kill that hero, let alone the Supreme King. Luo Wei, who was under layers of protection, however, he knew that the scouting skills one could learn around level 30 were generally small area skills, like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Krat Spirit Summoning. These were not enough to cover the entire mansion, compound 24 hours a day. Besides, this wasn't a life or death dungeon, and most of the guards were very complacent. He concluded that it was more than enough for him to get in. Chowder panicked. Yunxia, however, took a leap and got onto the wall, thinking that compared to the almost flawless scouting in the high-level dungeons of his past life, this was much more relaxed. Chuji made it clear that, even if they managed to get inside a private dungeon like this, they could be killed without any consequences. Our boy fiercely grabbed Chuji by his shirt, demanding if he truly didn't want to change his life. Chuji reluctantly admitted that he did, but he planned to do it after joining a powerful guild. Yunxie then scoffed, asking, "Do you really believe a guild could change anything for you, Chuji?" The great-grandson of the traitor, Choen. Chuji's eyes welled up with a deep sadness. Our boy then hauled him up onto the wall, making his next words crystal clear. A person's destiny can only be changed in the present, not by betting on some what-if scenario that even he himself wasn't truly sure would ever happen. Yunxie wasn't about to pass up this dungeon that was right there in front of him. He decided to let Chuji decide for himself if he wanted to follow along. Chuji began to sweat nervously as our boy pondered, wondering if his descendant would make the same choice as his ancestor. Then, Chuji stood up. He simply couldn't let Yunxie go to his death alone. Yunxie quickly warned him not to make a single sound, elaborating that there were no traces of any summoning type, scouting skills detected in this area. Therefore, as long as they kept their voices low, avoided the enemy's line of sight, and seized the perfect moment, they could easily slip right in. Yun-Che grabbed Chuji, and following his precise plan, they skillfully managed to enter the Ding family compound. Chuji's attention was immediately fixed on a dungeon that mysteriously unfolded underground. They cautiously entered the dungeon and spotted two monsters, one at level 6 and the other at level 8. Our boy noted that the monster level was slightly higher than in the previous dungeon, but the number of monsters wasn't as high, most probably because Ding Shui's family regularly cleared them out. Our boy mentioned there were only 2 small mobs and urged Chuji to go and give it a try. And Chuji couldn't help but feel terrified and instantly refused, stating there was absolutely no way he could beat them. Our boy, however, forced him to fight. The monsters immediately attacked, and he desperately summoned his shield to defend himself, still unable to believe that Yun-Che trusted him to win. Chuji grew incredibly nervous and thought he shouldn't have come. All he wanted now was to go home. Yun-Che encouraged him to fight back, but Chao Ji just asked how. How was he supposed to find an opportunity to fight back? Yun-Che assured him that he was watching, and that nothing bad would happen. Chao Ji decided to trust him, and, using his shield, he launched an attack. But then, the other monster tried to attack from behind, but he reacted just in time, deftly dodging the attack. It was exactly as Yun-Che had thought. Chao Ji's talent was actually pretty good. The problem was that he was always timid and panicked easily, so he only dared to defend. However, his subconscious judgment of spatial positioning was extremely accurate because of this. It always seemed like he was in a dangerous situation, but he didn't lose much health. Chao Ji attacked the monster, but his shield shattered into pieces. Yun-Che moved like thunder, slaying the monsters. Chao Ji was somewhat surprised. He had leveled up. He was now level 7. Our boy explained that experience was distributed according to contribution, and that if he didn't unbalance the monsters, he wouldn't get much EXP, even if Yun-Che was the one who killed them. Yun-Che then wielded the crescent full bone blade, a blade formed from the condensed resentment in a leg bone, which increased his attack power by 62 and his spiritual attack by 11. Yun-Che noticed that Chao Ji's movements were very agile and asked him how he distributed his attribute points. Chao Ji revealed that, except for spirit, he generally added them evenly. Our boy recalled that shield bearers didn't usually add points to agility. Chao Ji explained that if he didn't, he found it difficult to find a party at school. He clarified that no one wanted to wait for a slow shield bearer, as by the time he arrived, the others would have already taken all the monsters. Yun-Che let out a sigh and explained that he needed to have a long-term perspective. He clarified that advanced class promotions, after level 60, had attribute requirements. He pointed to the Bastion Fortress class as an example, which required a whopping 60 stamina and 90 defense points. He concluded he couldn't just assign points haphazardly. Chowga chimed in, noting the highest level an ordinary person could ever reach in their lifetime was typically only level 40-something. He questioned how he could even fathom reaching level 60, because that was firmly S-rank territory. Our boy, with a smile, placed a hand on his shoulder and declared that from this moment onward, he could absolutely start dreaming of S-rank, or even targets far beyond S-rank. That said, he also had to begin planning his own class. Advancement. He mused that his support class had only been revived, thanks solely to the hidden skill, Mirror World, and if nothing unexpected popped up, he would probably switch to another class. He was in utter shock, realizing something stunning. His Mirror World skill could be leveled up. Within the Ding family's private dungeon, Yun-Che battled monsters with surprising speed. His Trick Blade skill dramatically boosted his attacks, but it ended just as he landed a hit on a level 17 zombie. Greed Demon. The monster, surprisingly still alive, showed Trick Blade's power, but also its limits during drawn-out fights. Yun-Che's mana and stamina were dwindling. The monster finally died, confirming his body couldn't handle extended battles. This grueling fight yielded massive rewards. Yun-Che gained 2 levels, rocketing to level 17, with his health, mana, and attribute points soaring. He also snagged 2 shadow creatures, souls from elite zombies, which pumped his SSS rank Mirror World skill with 2,000 experience points, proving he could level it up. After the fight, Yun-Che collected his spoils, happy with his new levels and Mirror World experience. Then, sensing sudden danger, he climbed higher and spotted Ding family, guards patrolling more often below. Chao Ji, now level 8 with new gear, nervously suggested they stop. He noted the dwindling monsters and heightened guard alert, making it far too risky. What they found? Yun-Che agreed. Fighting now would be excessively difficult, requiring constant guard vigilance and careful trick blade deployment. Given his current power and heightened security, the risk factor was simply too high. Yun-Che then examined a new skill book, Brick Spell. This skill generated mono bricks, but reversed by Mirror World. It transformed into Void Technique, which could render small objects completely intangible. He realized not every reverse skill was purely for combat. Some offered subtle, non-offensive utility. Yun-Che then checked his Mirror World skill. It required 30% more experience to reach its next level. Standing atop the cliff, he pondered the incredible power its reversal granted him, even at this basic level. He felt a surge of renewed determination, envisaging the immense strength he'd gain once it finally leveled up. With eyes now glowing, Yun-Che devised a new plan. This dungeon offered unique Mirror World experience from its specific monsters. He figured slaying the boss could potentially level up his skill to level 2. That was a reward far too good to simply miss. Despite the guard risk, they moved quietly through the cave, deftly hiding behind various rocks. Guards were now using detection skills more frequently, making their current position increasingly risky. Yun-Xia cautiously peered ahead and finally spotted their target, a massive, shadowed figure seated on a throne, ensnared by thick, glowing purple chains. At the top of the stairs, numerous guards protected it. This was clearly the dungeon boss. From their hiding spot, Chao Ji was shocked to see a dungeon boss being controlled in such a way. Yun-Che was less surprised, noting their school's boss was also heavily guarded, suggesting this was common among powerful organizations. Yun-Che meticulously scanned the entire scene, observing the relatively relaxed guards on the stairs. He focused intently on the glowing purple chains that bound the boss. Realizing they were incredibly potent restraints, he quietly analyzed the grim situation. With so many guards present, a direct attack on the boss would be suicidal and unwinnable, drawing everyone's immediate attention. Yun-Che knew he couldn't take down the boss with all those guards, but then he spotted an opportunity. A lone guard had wandered off by themselves, but he decided to take them out, one by deadly one. Covering his face, he activated Trick Blade, gaining 150% attack boost, and ambushed the guard. The ambush worked flawlessly. The guard instantly crumbled, completely incapacitated, with Chao Ji looking on. Yun-Che stood over him, radiating a dark presence, ordering him to talk and spill everything. The terrified guard immediately begged for his life, promising any information, admitting the Ding family certainly hadn't paid him enough to die for them. Yun-Che took it all in, recognizing this as his opportunity to ask about his primary objective, gaining entry to the compound. Upon Yun-Che's question about the Hero Dungeon Pass, the guard's eyes widened in shock. He quickly stammered that the old master kept many in his study, and they weren't rare, completely misunderstanding. The guard mistakenly thought Yun-Che was a hero grandpa fanatic, growing fearful of Yun-Che's quiet demeanor. The guard vehemently swore he was being truthful, stating he'd frequently seen the old master grab passes. He cautioned that these passes were merely temporary samples. Without an insider, they get caught instantly. Yun-Che remained unperturbed, grabbing the guard's collar instead, assuring him not to worry, a chilling look in his eyes. He then commanded the guard to empty his inventory, clearly showing his plan to steal everything from him, and probably assume his identity. A little later, back at the Ding family compound, Yun-Che relentlessly questioned the guard, still gripping him tightly by his shirt. Yunshe expressed his disappointment over a single, rather mediocre skill book. The terrified guard insisted it was all he truly possessed, further explaining that the Ding family hoarded all valuable dungeon drops in their inner residence, leaving outer guards with pathetic scraps. Yunshe then learned Sunlight Baptism, a passive skill that granted temporary defense. After receiving healing, he instantly used Mirror World to reverse it into Moonlight Blessing, a powerful offensive skill, which granted temporary attack boosts after healings. He observed that this skill, just like the dungeon passes, was also located in the inner residence. The guard then pointed to the lavish Ding inner residence, explaining how outer guards, like him, were forbidden entry without a direct summons. He stressed that security was extreme, aside from Ding Shu. Everyone inside was above level 50, equipped with top-tier gear, making outer guards completely unnecessary. Yunshe pulled the guard even closer. He asked if the pass was inside the residence. The terrified guard quickly confirmed it, adding that the powerful family head, a level 42 powerhouse, was also there, a formidable foe Yunshe couldn't hope to beat. He went on to detail the family's immense strength. The current and second family heads, both level 42, the third family head, a level 52, and the old master, a staggering level 57. He warned that if the two strongest members returned, it would be utterly impossible. Having all the info, Yunshe promptly knocked the guard out. He then had Chao Ju wear the guard's armor as a disguise and wait for his signal to strike. Knowing the powerful family head was secure inside, Yunshe devised a plan to lure him out, rather than confronting him head-on. Back in the dungeon, Yunshe carefully observed the boss. He realized the Ding family used high-level chains to keep the boss perpetually alive, creating a permanent, private farming spot. He realized this system's security, however, relying solely on easily guarded chains, could be exploited, a glaring flaw. The guards believed their method was foolproof, thinking no one could unlock the chains. But they clearly didn't know Yunshe, who, from his past life, knew precisely how to unlock them. He quietly approached a guard and effortlessly undid the lock. The chains fell, and the enraged boss instantly broke free. Going absolutely wild, guards panicked as the huge monster rampaged. This utter chaos was exactly what Yunshe needed to lure the family head out of the inner residence. Using his flawless method to do so, the plan worked flawlessly. Alarms blared as the level 42 family head rushed from the unguarded inner residence. He immediately ordered dungeon reinforcement as he and his guards charged in to handle the crisis. Yunshe expertly used the distraction to grab the powerful level 60 combat chains that bound the boss. Holding the pulsing, high-level gear, Yunshe knew his plan had brilliantly succeeded. With the family head and elite guards preoccupied, he and Chao Ju could now easily enter the inner residence. Just as Yunshe's cunning plan opened the way, new faces suddenly arrived. At the main entrance of the Ding family home, servants rushed to greet the returning second master, Ding Hao, a formidable level 42, and his son, Ding Shu, who just pulled up in a luxury car. Ding Hao quickly dismissed Ding Shu's recent defeat by Yunshe as merely a minor misstep, but Ding Shu shot back. "Greeting my father isn't why I'm here." Ding Hao then smoothly opened the car door for a Miss Yunsha. From within, two young women elegantly stepped out. One had long blonde hair, her friend dark-haired by her side, likely the very Yunsha they were expecting. The mustached family head, just back from the dungeon's chaos, waited at the top of the stairs, a smile plastered on his face. Suddenly, that smile completely vanished. It was replaced first by confusion, then by raw anger. He roughly kicked a bowing servant aside, clearing his path, growling at him not to block his way. As the servant crumpled to the ground, the enraged family head strode swiftly towards Ding Hao, Ding Shu, and their two female guests. He was clearly furious from whatever happened in the woods. Meanwhile, Chao Ji, disguised as a guard, watched the tense scene unfolding at the house. Suddenly, Yunshe materialized right behind him, startling the boy. Chao Ji confessed his worry, noting that with the Ding family's return, it was hardly a good time to sneak into the estate. Yinshe calmly asked why he seemed so troubled. A stunned Chao Ji then questioned how he'd arrived so quickly. Yinshe then began to explain. The creature I unleashed was a formidable dungeon lord. Even a level 31 of that caliber is incredibly tough to capture alive. This means it will tie up the Ding family's primary fighters, keeping them occupied for a very long time. They won't be defeating that boss anytime soon, he asserted, which makes this the perfect window of opportunity for us. With that settled, he turned to Chao Ji, asking what he had observed. Chao Ji looked back at the house, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. He revealed that the servant, whom the family head had kicked, was his youngest uncle. It was Chao Li, a man of level 17. Yunshe listened intently as Chao Ji recounted a dark chapter of their shared past. He explained that when the original Yunshe rebelled, his own family had already been tragically killed. Chao Ji added that, in a strange twist of fate, this grim reality had spared them from the years of shame and the agonizing pain that followed for children of traitors, like his own family. Hearing about the suffering Yunshe's old friend's family had endured, all due to fabricated lies about their history, Yunshe's face hardened, etched with grim sadness and resolute will. As they watched from the trees, hidden among the leaves, Chao Ju continued, unfolding his family's tragic tale. He explained that after being branded as traitors, the Chao family endured relentless cruelty from the empire. Their homes were razed, their lives utterly shattered, but only got worse. Under secret orders from the so-called hero, Ding Kuan, he ensured any surviving Chao members were relentlessly targeted, constantly beaten and utterly broken, with no other choice to survive. The remaining Chao family members were forced to serve the very people who had ruined them, the Ding family. Now they lead a miserable existence, always watching their masters' faces, bowing and scraping for mere scraps. Chao Ju admitted with profound shame that they are sometimes paraded as living proof of the Ding family's power and kindness for forgiving the children of a traitor. He recounted how his father's generation tried to fight back and reclaim their destiny, speaking out against the blatant unfairness, but their efforts ended in tragedy. The relentless stress broke his father, who descended into madness, while his uncle, Chao Li, became utterly subservient, acting as nothing more than the Ding family's obedient dog. Burdened by this hopeless history, Chao Ju began to question his own choices, wondering if it was truly right to follow Yunshe into such a perilous situation. His doubt was abruptly cut short when Yunshe turned to him and stated firmly that he needed to enter the inner residence. Panicked, Chao Ju tried to dissuade him, quickly reminding him that Ding Shu's father, a formidable, fully equipped, level 42 fighter, was inside. He warned Yunshe that if discovered, he would surely die, but Yunshe wasn't deterred by the danger. He explained his conviction. In this era, where the powerful dictate access to spiritual power and dungeons, one cannot hope to change their life without taking risks. He looked at Chao Ju, adding that some things will never be accomplished if one worries and hesitates too much. Finally, Yunshe gave him a clear choice. He could help Chao Ju change his fate, but Chao Ju had to commit to action first. Yunshe made his intentions crystal clear. He was going to fight back, but he wouldn't force Chao Ju to follow him. Even with Yunshe's unwavering resolve, Chao Ju remained utterly terrified and doubtful. He argued that the Ding family was an immense power that practically ruled the world, asking how the two of them could possibly stand against such a colossal force. Yunshe turned away from him, his gaze fixed on the distant inner residence. As he began to walk forward, he told the stunned Chao Ju that his goal was far grander than simply taking down one family. The true enemy he planned to face, he declared, was the entire empire itself. Meanwhile, inside the tranquil inner residence, Ding Hao lounged on a couch, attended by a maid. He mused aloud about how the dungeon lord had broken free from its mighty chains. Noticing him, the blonde girl with Ding Shu politely inquired of her uncle if it was a bad time, offering to visit another day given the emergency. Ding Hao swiftly waved away her concerns, assuring her his older brother, the family head, could easily handle it. He promised her that a mere dungeon problem was far less important than her visit. He continued, smiling, explaining that when his formidable father, the old master, and his third brother heard she was arriving, they had already begun making their way back home to meet her. Furthermore, he added they had already contacted Hero Grandpa, who was absolutely thrilled to meet her, making it abundantly clear that handling the situation would be a breeze. From a concealed spot on a balcony, Yunche overheard everything. His attention sharpened at the mention of Hero Grandpa, knowing they meant the renowned Hero Ding Kuan. His mind raced, connecting this fresh intel with what he'd learned from the capture guard. To enter the hero's dungeon, one needed both a pass and an escort. He glanced at the assembled guests, seeing how respectfully Yunsha was being treated, and realized her status must be incredibly high. Then, a crucial detail struck him. Her name was Yunsha. Sharing the exact same last name as his current self, he wondered if it was just a strange coincidence. For now, he pushed that thought aside. He refocused his gaze, deciding to concentrate on his immediate goal, getting that elusive dungeon pass. As he watched, Yunsha stood silently, her face unreadable, a figure of mystery and undeniable importance. With the Ding family's main fighters busy elsewhere, Yunsha seized the chance to sneak into the inner residence. He moved silently through the opulent hallways, slipping past two gossiping maids, and expertly using the shadows to hide. He navigated the lavishly decorated halls, moving deeper into the mansion, ever closer to his goal. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the problem was solved. The family head, Ding Yi, a formidable level 42, and his forces stood victorious before the now defeated dungeon lord. Ding Yi surveyed the scene, concluding the creature had been deliberately set loose. He was bothered, though, because they couldn't pinpoint who was responsible. He figured that taking such a massive risk couldn't have been just for one piece of good equipment. Like the chains, determined to protect his home, he ordered his guards to surround the inner residence. His main concern was his important guest. He couldn't let anything frighten the young lady. Inside the study, Yunche began his search. He went directly to the desk the guard had told him about, but was initially annoyed to find the drawers empty. Remembering his new, non-combat skill, he used phasing, the reverse of the brick spell. This allowed his hand to pass right through the desk's solid wood, revealing a hidden compartment inside. He found a drawer full of books and journals. He pulled out the items, his eyes first landing on what looked like a diary. Pushing it aside, he found a real prize. A collection of high-quality, fancy skill books. One was for a powerful support skill, Slowing Aura, which could slow all enemies in a wide area. He had found the family's secret stash. The entrance to the Ding family's inner residence was now bristling with guards hiding in the nearby woods. Cho-ju watched in utter terror. He wondered why all the guards had suddenly shown up, fearing they had been discovered. His panic intensified as even more guards arrived, making him realize the situation was far too risky. He worried that if Yunche didn't escape immediately, he'd surely be caught. The sheer terror of capture brought back painful memories of his father's descent into madness and his family's unending suffering. His first primal instinct was to flee, to sneak away and save himself. As another guard approached his hiding spot, he was frozen, unsure of what to do. But in that critical moment, Yunche's words echoed in his mind. He could be helped to change, but he had to make that choice himself first. Having made up his mind, Chao Ji let out a booming shout, purposely drawing the guard's attention. He then burst from his hiding spot and started running, leading them away from the mansion. He had made his choice. He would act as a distraction to ensure Yunche wasn't found. From inside the mansion, Yunche witnessed Chao Ji's brave act. With the guards now distracted, he broke a window and leaped out. He felt proud, realizing his friend had finally overcome his fear and chosen to fight against his fate. To help Chao Ji escape, Yunche created an even bigger distraction. He landed right among the guards, taunting them by declaring he had stolen their chains and skill books, daring them to come and get them. Enraged, the guards immediately abandoned their positions and chased him as he ran. Yunche used the slowing aura skill he had just stolen. However, thanks to Mirror World, the skill was reversed, becoming accelerating aura, speeding himself and any nearby allies. The family head, Ding, saw them running but noticed something strange. Instead of fleeing away from the house, they were heading back towards the dungeon, realizing the imminent danger. He ordered 2 of his squads to stop chasing and return to protect the dungeon. Lord Chao Ji, now running beside Yin Che, was totally confused. He asked why Yin Che was leading everyone in the wrong direction, back towards danger. Yin Che then explained his big plan. He knew that, with so many guards pulled away to chase them, the remaining forces must have already defeated the wild dungeon lord to control the mighty boss. They would have had a huge fight, which meant the lord's health was now at its absolute lowest point, leaving it incredibly weak. Yin Che checked the status of his ultimate skill, Mirror World, seeing how close it was to leveling up. With his eyes glowing purple, he knew exactly what he had to do. Killing the weakened dungeon lord now would give him the final push. He needed to power up his most potent ability. A tense, quiet settled in the Ding family's lavish sitting room. The blonde girl, sipping tea politely, told Ding how, her host, he could attend to the outdoor commotion. Smiling confidently, Ding how, the second patriarch, dismissed it as a small thief, assuring his guest, his brother, Ding, he would handle it easily. But it was far from easy in the dungeon. Grand Patriarch Ding furiously tried to regain control. He yelled at a guard for being slow and ordered him to go directly after the rampaging overlord. Seeing Yin Che zip past, Ding commanded his fastest units, rogues and archers, to abandon the boss and pursue the intruder at all costs. Their efforts failed. Yin Che moved with incredible speed, leaving them behind. He knew his advantage. He'd put half his attribute points into agility, combined with his reversed acceleration skills. He was so fast that only specialized, level 30 rogues or archers stood any chance of keeping up. He easily reached the main chamber, where the skeletal overlord was surrounded. The beast was heavily wounded and crippled, with guards struggling to cast a sealing spell. Yin Che saw his plan worked perfectly. The boss was now at its weakest, with a surge of purple energy. He braced himself, ready to deliver one decisive blow, to finally finish off the weakened dungeon lord. But as Yin Che drew near, the overlord's guards spotted him. They shrieked in alarm, scrambling to block his path. Before they could even properly defend, Yin Che unleashed his chaotic thorns. Purple, thorny vines erupted from the ground, lashing out at the bewildered guards. They had never seen such a skill. The thorns aimed to inflict a nasty status ailment. Humans usually resist such debilitating effects, but Yin Che's skill was unnaturally potent, and several guards failed to resist it. The horrifying result, the afflicted guards fell into confusion. One mage blasted a fellow guard with a powerful spell, throwing their ranks into utter chaos. The other guards watched in utter shock, stunned by the skill's impossibly high success rate, with enemies now fighting each other. Yin Che seized his golden chance. He blurred effortlessly through the disorganized guards. His path was now clear to his ultimate prize, the low HP overlord, ripe for the taking. The guards' defense crumbled as Yin Che slipped through. They panicked, yelling about why their shields and crowd control failed, and accidentally hitting their own allies. Yin Che noted their abysmal coordination, recognizing them as a motley, inexperienced crew. They clearly lacked any real team battle experience. He mused that a long era of peace had made them soft, leading directly to their downfall. A guard captain desperately tried to rally his men, insisting that if they could just pin down the intruder, he'd be dead. Just then, First Patriarch Ding arrived, commanding his men to hold Yin Che back. The level 42 warrior, clad in fiery gear, declared he'd deal with the intruder personally. With his blazing weapon, he leaped, preparing a devastating attack on Yin Che. Yin Che watched the Patriarch's approach. Readying himself with a dismissive TCH, he decided to face the attack head-on. He pulled out the level 60 combat chains he'd stolen. Though too low level to fully equip them, he knew their immense durability remained. As Ding Yi's fiery attack descended, Yunche used the chains as a makeshift shield, successfully blocking the powerful blast's full force. Yunche, ever the tactician, turned Ding Yi's explosive attack to his advantage. Instead of merely blocking the fiery blast, he harnessed its immense impact to rocket himself backward, like a cannonball, shattering the magical seal the guards had desperately tried to maintain around their boss. He landed perfectly before the crippled dungeon lord, and with a final audacious taunt, he cheekily thanked the enraged patriarch for the ride. Before the guards could even react, Yunche declared his intent to steal the Overlord's experience. He then unleashed a powerful finishing blow, striking the weakened beast and ending its life. The payoff was immediate and monumental. Yunche gained a staggering 3 levels, instantly jumping to level 20 and snagging 9 new attribute points. But most importantly, the Dungeon Lord's massive experience completely maxed out. His hidden skill, Mirror World, a system notification flashed, confirming the skill was upgraded, finally reaching the coveted level 2. Seething with rage after his kill was brazenly stolen, Patriarch Ding Yi screamed in fury and charged Yunche with his blazing axe. Following his lead, the remaining guards rushed forward, determined to capture the audacious intruder, who stood calmly before the massive dungeon lord's corpse. But Yunche was unafraid. He focused on his spoils. The new power his ultimate skill gained at level 2. Just as Ding Yi's powerful attack was about to connect, it passed harmlessly through a shimmering image of Yunche, who then vanished. The guard froze, confused by his sudden disappearance. Yunche suddenly found himself in a radically different place. The entire world had transformed into a hushed, crystal blue-green version of a dungeon. He triggered a new ability from his hidden skill, Mirror World. Within this peculiar dimension, he observed ghostly, clear versions of Ding Yi and the other guards, completely oblivious to his presence. A timer appeared, showing his mirror walk would persist for almost 30 minutes. He then realized, with a jolt of excitement, that he could now physically step into the very world. Inside the mirror, within this strange blue-green world, Yunche began to experiment with his newfound power. He observed that everything was a perfect mirror image of the true world, initially flipped left to right. He figured the ghostly figures of the guards were merely illusions, as his hand passed right through one of them. But when he touched the glowing crystal ground, he found it to be surprisingly solid. Realizing this place was far more than a mere illusion, his exploration soon led to a stunning discovery. He picked up a solid piece of crystal from the ground, and a system message confirmed it was a mirror shard that, most importantly, could be taken out of this world and into the real one. This was a monumental revelation for Yunche. He understood that with his mirror world skill, now leveled up to 2, he could bring tangible objects from this other world into his own reality. Wondering what else had changed with the skill upgrade, he quickly checked his system screen. He saw a completely different list of skills, displaying many powerful reversed abilities, like invisibility and force field cage. But most of them were marked not activated, which thoroughly confused him. A message quickly explained that these skills were for base skills he hadn't yet learned. He then understood the full power of his new ability. The list showed the reversed forms of all skills he could learn. He now knew that to use any of these powerful abilities, he first needed to find and learn their normal versions. In reality, the skill reversal he used at level 1 was just a simple, basic part of his ability's true power. As he looked through the exciting list of future powers, he realized this would change everything. He could now pick powerful skill combinations and plan his entire class path ahead of time, knowing exactly what powerful reverse forms he would gain. As Yunche was reflecting on the full potential of his new skills, he suddenly felt something behind him. Turning, he saw a faint blue-green human shape floating aimlessly in the crystal air. He wondered if it was a soul, much like he was trapped before he came back to life. The idea piqued his interest, and he asked if other souls were also in this strange world. Without warning, the calm soul suddenly flashed with green energy, turning into a screaming, A skeletal, undead creature lunged right at him. Surprised, Yunche swiftly drew his glowing blade, bracing himself for the fight ahead. He met the creature's attack, and with a single, powerful swing, easily shattered the undead being. He noted it didn't seem particularly strong. Just as he vanquished the creature, a new message popped up, instantly catching his attention. The system offered him an undead contract. It explained that he could make a deal with the soul he had just defeated, allowing it to leave the mirror world and fight for him in the real world. The contract also stated the soul's maximum level would always mirror his own, and he could command up to 20 such contracts. This unexpected turn of events made Yunche deeply ponder what this new power truly implied. Yunche mused on the true scope of his newfound ability. He now fully grasped that, after defeating an undead creature in the mirror world, he could forge a contract with its very soul and summon it into reality. As a powerful, loyal fighter, holding the mirror shard he had materialized, he knew his ability wasn't limited to mere inanimate objects. The level 2 upgrade to the mirror world was a true game changer, allowing him to bring forth not just items, but an entire army of the undead. From a mirror world straight into reality, gazing at the vast crystal landscape, brimming with possibilities, he found the idea incredibly enticing. Back in the real world, things were far from orderly. With its lord defeated, the private dungeon had utterly vanished, leaving behind a stunned and utterly bewildered army of guards. They simply couldn't comprehend where the intruder had disappeared to. One captain frantically demanded, "How did he just vanish?" wondering if it was some high-level rogue stealth skill. A rogue expert quickly refuted, "No," explaining that their stealth had clear, inherent limits, and couldn't make someone vanish so perfectly. The utter lack of answers infuriated another captain, who seized the rogue, demanding to know how the intruder could possibly have escaped, with so many of them present. First Patriarch Ding Yi was even more enraged. Having lost his incredibly valuable private dungeon, he took his frustration out on one of his men, grabbing the man's face and roaring that, if they couldn't find the person responsible, they'd have to pay him back for the damages, and fast. Meanwhile, Yunche's time in the mirror world was nearing its end. His mirror walk timer was quickly counting down. He wondered where he'd reappear. Would he return to his original spot? Or were there different rules for exiting the mirror world? He got his answer just moments later, when he reappeared back in the real world, in the exact same spot where he'd vanished. The furious Ding Yi spotted him instantly, and, without a second thought, roared for his men to seize him. Facing this renewed assault from the Ding family's fighters, Yunche remained perfectly calm. He held up a hand, a swirling green light glowing within it, as he told them to hold their horses. He declared that after being ganged up on for so long, it was his turn to return the favor. With that, he unleashed the power he just gained from the mirror world. A terrifying flood of skeletal warriors burst forth, forming a chilling, undead army that rushed toward the stunned guards. The guards recoiled in pure terror, their attacks slowing, as they questioned what these phantom-like figures were. Were they actual ghosts? The first Patriarch, Ding Yi, tried to calm the growing panic. He bellowed at his men not to panic, claiming the creatures were merely undead, monsters he'd seen many times before. One of the guards engaged his skeletal warrior, bracing for a tough fight. However, he was shocked to see a health bar appear above the creature. It was an undead skeleton warrior, and it was only level 20, the same as Yunche. Despite this, the fear was palpable. Ding Yi's face twisted with rage at his men's continued hesitation. To get them to fight, he promised a bonus to everyone if they attacked and subdued the intruder. The promise of a reward seemed to rekindle their courage, but as the guards turned their attention from the undead army back to Yunche, they found he was no longer there. Confused, they looked around baffled, wondering where he could have possibly gone. Having utilized his newly summoned undead as a distraction, Yunche watched the fight unfold from a safe distance. He assessed that his current power was still too weak to be truly effective. He knew this all too well. If only he could find and bargain with stronger souls, those disorganized guards would be absolutely no match for him. However, his options were limited by what he could find. He'd already struck deals with the 20 strongest souls available in the small area he'd explored. Within the mirror world, he also made another discovery. His exploration of the mirror world wasn't endless. He'd hit an invisible wall that kept him confined within 200 meters of his entry point. This made him realize that to find stronger undead, he'd need to enter the mirror world from different locations in the future. His planning was cut short when he saw his friend, Chao Ji, who'd been acting as a distraction, had been found hiding in the woods. One of the guards sneered at the disguised boy, teasing him about the hefty reward he would get for catching him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Che leaped from the shadows, moving quickly and precisely, striking down the guards, threatening his friend. With their path clear, he grabbed the stunned Chao Ji and told him they were leaving immediately. Looking at the chaos he'd created with his undead army, keeping the remaining guards thoroughly busy, Yin Che decided their job here was done. It was time to pull back, escape the danger, and properly check all the new gains he'd acquired from his audacious raid. As Yin Che and Chao Ji made their escape, the remaining Ding family guards battled the relentless undead army. The guards fiercely attacked the skeletal warriors, shattering their bones. A guard leader noted these creatures weren't particularly strong, but their relief was incredibly short-lived. To their utter horror, a defeated skeleton would instantly reform, completely unharmed. They kept fighting relentlessly, only for the skeletons to revive endlessly, just as the guards' spirits were about to break. Dingo, the powerful level 52 third head of the Ding family, appeared, calmly smoking a pipe. He immediately realized these skeletons were summoned creatures, and that reviving them consumed their summoner's magic. With a confident smile, he calmly concluded they just needed to kill their summoner, until their master's energy finally gave out. Sometime after the chaotic attack, the old master himself, the powerful, white-bearded patriarch of the family, returned, immediately asking about their important guest, Miss Yin Sha. His son, Ding Hao, bowed respectfully, apologizing for failing to keep her there. He explained the intruder was unbelievably bold, causing a huge commotion by shouting, and even smashing a window, which scared their guest away. The old master, the formidable level 57 Ding Dan, son of hero Ding Kuan, was absolutely furious. He roared at his son for the complete security failure, enraged that an intruder not only got in, but escaped without being identified. Ding Hao bowed his head in shame, taking full blame. However, Ding Hao offered a sliver of good news. Despite the recent chaos, Miss Yun Sha agreed to visit the hero's dungeon, meaning his grandfather. Hero Ding Kuan's important matter wasn't ruined after all. This did nothing to calm the furious patriarch. Ding Dan swore they'd kill the culprits without a shred of mercy. He then impatiently ordered his son to quickly check what else had been stolen, safely away from the chaos. Yin Che reviewed his impressive gains. He examined the temporary dungeon access permit he stole, which bore Chao Ji's name. He had to pass his main goal, but still needed an escort for the hero's dungeon. He decided not to rush this particular problem. He then assessed his other gains from the audacious Ding family house raid. It was incredibly profitable, raising his level to 20. His powerful Chimera Bone Ring was almost destroyed from blocking a devastating attack. But he'd stolen over 10 valuable skill books. He saw one book contained chant skills, all of them support types. He learned Battle Song Chant, which boosted critical hit rate and damage, but lowered defense. He immediately considered its reversed form, Shield Song Chant, which would do the opposite. He excitedly realized that by learning and reversing these support skills, he could powerfully boost his stats. Armed with these incredible boosts, and a new passive skill that significantly boosted his strength, he was confident he could crush any opponent of the same level with pure, raw stats beyond the useful skill books. The Dungeon Lord also dropped a rare, level 30 item, the Corrupted Knight's Armor, which would surely come in handy later. But most importantly, above all the levels, skills, and gleaming equipment, he had finally leveled up his coveted hidden skill, Mirror World, to level 2. Pondering his newfound abilities, Yun Che admitted that his necromantic summons had greatly amplified his combat power. But he knew, deep down, it still wasn't enough. Recalling the formidable hero Ding Kuin's statue, he judged his enemy was at least an S-rank berserker to even stand a chance of killing him. Yun Che figured he'd need to reach level 50 or even higher, and more importantly, find and contract an S-rank necromantic spirit. And later, safe from the clutches of the Ding compound, a still shaken Chao Ji nervously asked Yun Che if they wouldn't be followed. Yun Che calmly replied. They'd lost their pursuers and were completely safe, since their faces hadn't been seen. Still, Chao Ji remained visibly uneasy, and Yun Che noted how incredibly hard the experience must have been for him. Realizing his current undead army was far too weak, Yun Che determined his next crucial step. He asked Chao Ji if there were any nearby dungeons where a truly powerful person had perished. When Chao Ji looked utterly confused, Yun Che explained he needed a higher-level dungeon to level up at a much faster pace, adding that the powerful person detail was for something Chao Ji would find out later. After a moment, Chao Ji confirmed there was indeed such a place. However, he hesitated, worried as he revealed it was the school's private dungeon, and they absolutely couldn't sneak in. The information made Yun Che pause, thinking about a highly controlled, heavily guarded dungeon, but he didn't waver. He simply decided if normal entry was truly impossible, he'd use special methods to get exactly what he wanted. As part of his special methods, to infiltrate the school's private dungeon, Yun Che finally met his class teacher. He presented his teacher with a valuable, highly coveted purple grade skill book for the Wanderer class, pilfered directly from the Ding family. The bribe paid off instantly. The teacher, now firmly believing Yun Che had influential backing, grew considerably more cooperative. He admitted dungeon access was usually set in stone, and he couldn't easily pull strings to change things. However, he did explain one crucial loophole. The dungeon was open specifically for graduating students. While Yun Che didn't normally qualify, a teacher had the power to recommend an outstanding student. Fully persuaded by Yun Che's exceptional potential, he vowed to secure him a spot. The plan worked perfectly. Yun Che joined the other students, ready to delve into the school's valiant dungeon. Other students were either determined or overly flattering. One grimly observed that this was perhaps his last chance to level up, while another gushed thanks towards the hero. As Yun Che strode past the shimmering portal, he felt an odd, unsettling unease, a premonition that something was amiss with this dungeon. The teacher enthusiastically chimed in that it was where the hero once bravely fought, and that traces of his power might still remain inside. Nearby, Chao Ju listened with a heavy heart. He horrifyingly realized the valiant dungeon was the site where, according to the Empire's false history, hero Ding Kuin valiantly slew his great-grandfather, the traitor Chaoan. But Chao Ju knew the dark truth. Chao Ju hesitated, struggling with a decision, debating whether to tell Yun Che what he knew about the dungeons. Grim true history. As students assembled at the dungeon's entrance, the teacher gave one last, solemn warning, stating it was a high-level dungeon, and they must be extremely careful, staying within their limits. He then singled out a red-haired student clad in armor, calling him Little Z, telling him to keep an eye on Yun Che and Chao Ju. Little Z looked visibly annoyed, muttering that he couldn't focus on leveling up if he had to babysit. Another student pushed him ahead, ordering him to stop complaining since the dungeon was open. Grumbling about why younger students were even permitted, Little Z reluctantly entered the dungeon with the others. He, with a condescending tone, commanded Yun Che and Chao Ju to remain at the rear and cause no trouble, threatening to abandon them if they became a burden. As the group ventured into the vast, purple-lit interior, Yun Che silently assessed his surroundings. He noted it was supposedly a level 20 to 40 dungeon. However, his past life instinct screamed something was wrong. A deep unease washed over him as he sensed a profound danger that didn't match a dungeon of its supposed difficulty. As students delved deeper into the glowing purple, valiant dungeon, Yun Che spotted Yun Yin and her blonde friend, Yun Sha, inside. He wondered how they, as younger students, were allowed. Little Z, assigned to watch Yun Che, also spotted the girls and pointed them out to another armored student. This student instantly fantasized about escorting the attractive girls. His fantasy was cut short by a taller, serious student in a helmet who smacked him, telling him to stop dreaming. This student then revealed Yin In and Yin Sha were much stronger, both over level 30. He scoffed that they should be asking the girls for help, and that the daydreaming student wasn't good enough for them. Embarrassed, the student muttered, "He was just talking." As the older students talked, the daydreaming boy watched Yun Sha and Yun In. To his and his friend's surprise, the two high-level younger students ignored them and walked directly toward Yun Che and Xiao Ju. Yun Xiao watched them approach, confused. He recognized Yun Xiao as the high-status guest from the Ding family's house. Her direct approach instantly made him suspicious. He wondered if she knew the original owner of his body, or if she was confronting him for Ding Shu, whom he'd publicly embarrassed. Yin Xiao's approach was direct and friendly. Smiling confidently, she told Yun Che she'd seen him at the memorial hall and complimented his fighting skills, adding his voice was unique. Yin Che wasn't sure what she wanted, thinking she was just making small talk. However, Yin Sha's eyes glowed gold as she leaned closer, revealing she instantly recognized his voice from the shattering glass, the very one she'd heard during his escape from the Ding family residence. This utterly stunned Yun Che. He swiftly realized, alarmed, that this powerful girl had identified him as the intruder simply from two sentences he'd shouted. Her point dramatically made. Yin Sha's clothes transformed in a sleek white, mage-like combat gear. Yun In mirrored her, donning a dark green, energy-infused outfit. Yun Sha then addressed a still-stunned Yun Che, stating they'd explore the dungeon first, then walked off gracefully with her companion. As they departed, Yun Che meticulously replayed the encounter. He understood she recognized him as the intruder, yet chose not to publicly expose him, instead subtly delivering a clear message. This left him wondering if it was a warning. He then considered the dangerous possibility that Ding Shu also recognized his voice from their previous confrontation. Nevertheless, Yin Che chose not to worry immediately. He remained confident that, as long as the Ding family held back for now, his rapid leveling speed would swiftly make him powerful, enough to counter any threat they posed. Noticing her unexpectedly friendly demeanor, he chose to return the favor with a warning. He called out, urging them to be careful, since his instincts were screaming that this dungeon felt strangely perilous. Yin Sha paused, seemingly agreeing, telling her friend the entire area fell off. She mused that, considering her high level, this dungeon shouldn't feel so unnerving. Giving Yun Che a final, knowing smile, she thanked him sincerely for the warning, before she and Yun In resumed their journey. Their brief, friendly exchange between Yun Che and the high-level girls definitely didn't go unnoticed. The other senior students watched in utter disbelief, whispering about why the normally icy Yin Sha was acting so familiar with him. Consumed by jealousy, they swarmed Yun Che, demanding answers about his relationship with her and an immediate introduction. Clearly uninterested, Yin Che swiftly cut off their questions, flatly announcing he and Xiao Ju were ditching the group to explore alone. The older students were completely taken aback by his audacious confidence. They warned him that, as mere junior students, level 20 monsters would undoubtedly spell their doom. To their utter surprise, their supervisor, Little Zai, simply told them to let the two proceed. He reasoned that if Yun Che was friendly with someone as mighty as Yun In, his own level had to be incredibly high. When others vehemently protested, reminding him of their teacher's strict orders, Little Zai's true, selfish motive was revealed in his thoughts. He aggressively reminded his companions of their true objective, to find precious crystals. He didn't want to share a single bit of the loot, so letting them wander off was absolutely perfect. He finalized his decision by callously telling the group to just ignore them, reasoning they had distress signal guns if they really needed them. As Yun Che and Xiao Ji walked further away, he watched them, seething with anger and jealousy. He simply couldn't comprehend why such a plain kid had captured Yun Xia's attention. His envy festered, growing into dark malice. He concluded that if Yun Xia was truly so overconfident, he deserved to die. Sometime after Yun Xia and the others had entered the dungeon, an enraged Ding Shu arrived at the entrance, a male staff member, and a woman immediately questioned what he was doing. Filled with uncontrollable rage, Ding Shu grabbed the man's shirt, demanding to know if a team had just gone inside. The staff member, in turn, demanded to know what he planned to do. This confrontation erupted after a truly frustrating meeting Ding Shu had just had with his family elders. When he tried to explain to them that Yun Che and Xiao Ju were the very intruders who had raided their home, his father, Ding Hao abruptly dismissed him. He coldly told him not to blame them for his public humiliation, as he had no time for such trivial matters. Ding Shui strongly insisted. He distinctly recognized their voices from the raid. However, Ding Gai remained doubtful, pointing out that the intruders were far too skilled to be mere students, easily escaping a multitude of guards. Ding stated that unless Ding Shui could prove their strength was undeniably greater than the guards, he couldn't possibly support his wild claim. Family head Ding Dang coldly dismissed him to attend to important matters, rebuffed by his own family. Ding Shui was forced to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, he boldly confronted the staff member once more, declaring with unyielding resolve that, since Yun Che and Xiao Ji were already inside, he had to follow them into the dungeon. Inside, Yun Che was locked in battle with a formidable level 20 greed demon, the Crystal Giant, a towering creature of sharp blue crystals. It unleashed a flurry of attacks as Yun Che deftly dodged its hits. Suddenly, an even deadlier foe appeared, a level 30 greed demon Crystal Eye. It unleashed a devastating beam of purple energy right at him. Witnessing the new monster's immense power, Yun Che braced himself for the impending impact. But from afar, a terrified Xiao Ji screamed Yun Che's name, unleashing a support skill, a set of golden shields, with angelic wings manifested around Yun Che, protecting him from the brutal attack. This skill surrounding shield granted Yun Che a shield with 500 durability and 700 defense for a full 3 minutes. But Xiao Ji wasn't finished yet. He unleashed a motivational shout, which enveloped Yun Che in a power-boosting aura. This granted Yun Che the inspired status, increasing his attack power and speed by a crucial 5%. This clearly demonstrated that Xiao Ji was rapidly becoming an excellent support player, strengthened by Xiao Ji's crucial help. Yun Che unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks on the huge crystal monster, his trick blade skill now active, granting him a massive 70% attack boost. He utterly shattered the formidable level 30 Eye of the Mountain with one devastating final blow. The hard-earned victory brought immediate rewards. Yun Che leveled up to a new height of level 21. And gained 3 new attribute points. Xiao Ji was ecstatic too, shouting in joyful surprise as he himself leveled up to 11, and also gained 3 attribute points. Yun Che then explained to his friend that the surrounding shield and motivational shout skills came from the very books they'd acquired from the Ding family. He added that these were incredibly useful skills that Xiao Ji had been able to learn. Staring down at the defeated monster's remains, Yun Che mused about how much stronger their teamwork had become. He knew the creatures in this very dungeon were quite high level, but Xiao Ji's new support skills made every fight so much easier to handle. As they ventured deeper into the dungeon's crystal caves, Yun Che recalled something his teacher had once told him. His teacher had mentioned a very rare monster in this dungeon, the fearsome obsidian beast. Killing it, he'd said, offered a chance to acquire a rare support skill book for gravitational pull. This was a massive opportunity for Yun Che, because he'd already encountered its reversed form, force field zone, on his mirror world skill list. He knew it was a crucial skill for his future strategies. But hunting the beast wasn't his sole objective. He gazed out at the vast, eerie landscape, aware that this particular dungeon was also rumored to be where many powerful adventurers had met their end. He believed their lingering souls might still reside where they fell, offering him a chance to find and contract powerful, undead spirits for his growing army. He hoped to uncover some of these lost souls in the area. Suddenly, a jolt of danger made his eyes widen in alarm. In a canyon below, a massive creature made of dark, glowing purple rock emerged. And it wasn't alone. An entire horde of these elite-level obsidian beasts was on the move, marching in formation through the Crystal Pillar Canyon from a high cliff. Yunche and Chao Ju observed the bizarre sight. Yunke noticed the elite beasts were moving in an unusually large group, having already traveled at least a kilometer, much farther than they typically would. This incredibly unusual, organized behavior led him to a grave conclusion. Wanderer type, he mumbled, his gaze sharpening. He recognized the telltale signs of a much bigger and far smarter threat. The obsidian beast's peculiar behavior reminded Yunche of something specific, and he began to explain what a wanderer-type monster truly is. These are extremely rare creatures that don't have a fixed spawn location, and instead wander freely all over a dungeon map. They are far, far stronger than normal monsters, of comparable strength, and could effortlessly crush unprepared adventurers. Back in the early days, before humanity grew powerful and learned to control the dungeons, encountering a wanderer-type monster often meant a brutal fight for survival. These creatures were particularly perilous because they weren't confined to the dungeon. They could roam freely, menacing human settlements, causing widespread disaster and death. However, Yun Chao also understood that this immense risk came with an equally massive reward: the experience points and rare items dropped by wanderer-type monsters were far superior to those from any ordinary creature, making them a high-risk, high-reward target for any adventurer brave enough to challenge them. Recognizing the immense threat posed by the group of obsidian beasts, Yunche knew he couldn't afford to be careless. He understood that the monsters were simply too formidable to attack head-on, and decided he'd need to test their abilities first to uncover any weaknesses. His initial assessment revealed a formidable defense. The level 30 obsidian crystal beasts possessed a powerful healing skill that was constantly active, making them incredibly tough to wear down. Before he could devise a new strategy, the beasts retaliated. They unleashed a coordinated blast of powerful energy beams, known as monorays. Yunche utilized his impressive speed to weave through the dense web of attacks, aided by the winged shields Chao Ji had summoned for him. But the monster's attacks were too numerous and too frequent. Eventually, one of the beams struck him, drawing blood and sending a jolt of searing pain through his back. He realized that even his incredible speed wasn't enough to evade all of them. A quick glance at his health bar immediately revealed the dire danger he faced. His HP had plummeted significantly. He knew he was vulnerable. His current body's HP and defense were simply too low. He understood that, if not for Chao Ji's surrounding shield, that single hit would have absolutely shattered him. Realizing his weakness, Yunche quickly pivoted to a new strategy. He summoned his formidable undead army, a ghastly legion of skeletons wreathed in eerie green flame. Their mission, to hold back the relentless obsidian beasts. But the colossal power gap was simply insurmountable. The elite monsters shredded through his summoned forces. He watched in dismay as his skeleton's health bars plummeted with alarming speed. Frustration mounting, he recognized a harsh truth. Even his formidable undead army couldn't hold the line against such overwhelmingly powerful foes. He executed a tactical retreat, noting one silver lining. The monstrous creatures, though strong, were quite sluggish, affording him a precious window of time. He knew his abysmal health and defense were critical weaknesses that couldn't be remedied in a hurry. So he decided the only viable path to defeating these beasts was to fully leverage Chao Ji's formidable defensive skills. To make that possible, however, his friend desperately needed to power up. Yin-Che turned to Chao Ji, outlining their new strategy. They would first tackle more manageable, weaker monsters to bolster their strength. They relocated to an area teeming with lesser monsters, where Yin-Che pointed out a group of enemies he'd encountered before, declaring them perfect for helping Chao Ji level up. In group battles, the shield-bearer acts as the indispensable main defense. Other classes rely on the shield-bearer to absorb damage, allowing them to safely unleash attacks from a distance. Following Yin-Che's earlier advice to aim for an S-rank build, Chao Ji had meticulously poured all his new stat points into his defense. This specialized build, coupled with the stolen armor from the disgraced Ding family guards, was now proving its exceptional worth. Chao Ji had forged the impenetrable defenses of a true shield bearer, now effortlessly blocking attacks from level 20 monsters while taking minimal damage. Under Yin-Che's seasoned guidance, Chao Ji began his rigorous training to truly master his critical role as a shield bearer. From a distance, Yin-Che barked out instructions, schooling his friend in the fundamentals of a solid defensive stance, teaching him how to properly shift his weight and steady his body, and angled his shield to block the coming attack. Putting those lessons to work, Chao Ji successfully blocked a powerful hit from a crystal monster. He was thrilled to see a real result of his improved skill. A message popped up showing his shield's durability was decreasing, much slower than before, but he was still inexperienced. Just as Yin-Che warned him to watch for follow-up attacks, the monster struck again, catching Chao Ji off guard and knocking him to the ground. Before the creature could land a final blow, Yin-Che swiftly jumped in, blocking the attack and saving his friend. He used the moment as another crucial lesson, explaining why it's important to always anticipate the enemy's next move. He told Chao Ji to avoid big, sweeping movements with his shield, which would leave him dangerously open, and instead focus on smaller, more efficient blocks that would let him counterattack. Patting his friend on the shoulder, he gave one last piece of vital advice: to stay alert but keep his body relaxed, only tensing up at the exact moment of impact, to save energy and react faster. The rigorous training continued without stopping. With a final, encouraging pat on Chao Ji's armor, Yin-Che told him to keep up the good work. He stood behind his friend, always giving support and teaching him another key lesson for a shield bearer: to always keep an eye on the teammates behind them. Hearing this, a look of quiet determination appeared on Chao Ji's face. They put their training to use, fighting side by side against the dungeon's monsters. Yin-Che reminded his friend of a main rule of fighting: when stats are close, it is better skill that decides who wins. Their teamwork paid off. After beating another monster, Yin-Che leveled up once more. Reaching level 22, he was happy with their progress. Now that Chao Ji could face enemies with confidence, it meant they could fight more efficiently, letting Yin-Che gain experience at a much faster rate. The biggest growth, however, was for Chao Ji, who excitingly announced he had finally achieved the crucial level 15. Reaching this level was a pivotal moment for him. Chao Ji could now unlock a powerful new skill from one of their pilfered books. He brandished the glowing, rare shield armor skill book, revealing a skill that would add an outer layer of formidable armor to his shield. This would grant it immense durability and defense, scaling directly with his own stats, making him an even more formidable tank. With his level now sufficient, Chao Ji successfully learned the shield armor skill. It was the final skill book he could utilize from the formidable Ding family's collection. The new ability manifested as a shimmering layer of glowing green armor over his summoned shield, dramatically boosting its defensive power. Yin-Che also observed that the skill's defensive boost would prove immensely helpful when they inevitably confronted the obsidian beasts again. Meanwhile, in a different sector of the perilous Crystal Pillar Canyon, a trio of instructors from the school's teaching team were observing the very same elite obsidian beasts that Yin-Che and Chao Ji had encountered previously. The teachers were perplexed by the sheer number of elite level wanderer-type monsters amassed in one spot. They concluded that these creatures were far too perilous for any student to face, and thus they needed to be eliminated. However, they recognized the daunting challenge ahead, while confident they could manage regular Level 30 monsters. These elite-level wander types were an entirely different beast, far more powerful and unsettlingly unpredictable. Their critical discussion was abruptly cut short when a student's distress signal suddenly flared up dramatically in the sky. Forced to alter their plans, the teachers decided to abandon their hunt and prioritize rescuing the students as they prepared to depart. However, they expressed profound worry about the ominous group of wanderers. They knew these monsters posed a significant threat, and any student who unwittingly stumbled upon them would be in grave, immediate danger. As the teaching team finalized preparations for the rescue, one of them, Pang Jing, acknowledged the danger and volunteered to remain behind just in case. Team leader Lei Lei was just about to agree when Yun Che and Xiao Zhu suddenly appeared. Yun Che shared his own worry, suggesting that he and Xiao Zhu could keep watch on the group of wanderers instead. He reasoned that if the rescue party ran into another group of powerful monsters, 2 teachers alone might not be enough to handle the situation. He walked up to the surprised teachers and calmly explained his idea. He told them the wanderer types weren't very fast, and, more importantly, hadn't noticed their presence yet. He promised them that, as long as he and Xiao Zhu kept a safe distance and simply watched, they would be perfectly fine. He urged the teachers to go on ahead without worry. After hesitating for a moment, the teachers agreed to the plan. However, before they left, Lei gave Yun Che a very serious warning. He stressed that the monsters were extremely dangerous, and that Yun Che and Xiao Zhu must absolutely not act on their own or try to fight them. He repeated that they must stay hidden, because if the powerful creatures spotted them, they would have no chance of escape. As the teachers hurried away, one of them yelled a final, desperate warning for Yun Che to hide well, telling him he would have no way to escape if the monsters found him. But Yun Che had no plans to hide. As soon as the teachers were gone, he started his own attack on the group of obsidian beasts, confidently saying that it was the monsters who wouldn't be able to escape from him. He put their new plan into action. He summoned his undead army to act as a front line, taking the first wave of mana ray attacks from the powerful beasts. This time, however, the skeletons were not alone. Chao Ji, who was now a very strong tank, used both his surround shield and his new shield armor skills. This created a defensive wall now shielded the skeletons. The powerful energy beams, once a formidable threat, now slammed into impenetrable shields, doing no damage, barely scratching the undead warriors they protected. With the monster's attention now fixed on his unbreakable front line, Yun Che weaved through the chaos and launched his own fierce counterattack. He landed a series of devastating blows, shattering the crystal bodies of elite monsters. With his bare fists, he focused his attacks on one radiant crystal monster, watching his health bar rapidly dwindle with each hit. With a final, decisive blow, he shattered the creature's core, and the mighty level 30 beast crumbled, defeated. It dropped a brilliant beam of light, signaling the presence of valuable loot. After triumphing over one of these powerful, wanderer-type monsters, Yun Che felt a surge of satisfaction. He noticed he was growing more accustomed to his new support class, skillfully blending his own attacks with Chao Ji's defenses and his undead army. However, he knew his current power level was still far inferior to what he commanded in his past life. While his reverse skills significantly boosted his attack power, he was still held back by the naturally low base attack of a support class. He longed for a way to increase his basic damage even further. He thought about his other gains from the battle, such as the titles he had earned for defeating powerful monsters. The victory had also granted him another level up, and he was pleased to witness just how much experience the rare elite-level monsters provided. As he approached the monster's body to collect the dropped items, a message confirmed He had successfully obtained the valuable rewards. As Yunche inspected the loot from the defeated monster, his eyes widened in surprise. He had acquired a powerful, high-attack weapon, a massive, glowing pink crystal longsword, that granted him a colossal +5. 52 bonus to his attack power. A slow smile spread across his face as he realized this was the perfect answer to his problem. This one weapon would be more than enough to make up for his class's naturally low base attack power. He equipped the sword, and it transformed in his hands, becoming a larger, more threatening blade that crackled with dark, purple energy. With this new power, he was sure future fights would be much easier. However, his luck wasn't perfect. He looked at the other item that dropped, a skill book, but was disappointed to see it wasn't the specific gravitational pull skill he had been hoping to find. He guessed the chance of that particular skill dropping must not be very high, as he stood on the cliff edge, wishing for better luck and a chance to hunt more of the high reward. Wander monsters, his thoughts were cut short. A bright red, firework-like explosion suddenly lit up the sky in the distance, and it immediately caught his attention. Yunxia instantly recognized the flare in the sky. It wasn't just any distress signal. It was the special kind of flare that only the school's teacher teams had, which meant they were in serious trouble. The teachers who had gone to what they thought was a student's distress call found themselves in a very bad situation. They had stumbled upon a huge group of elite, wanderer-type monsters, all gathered around a single cave entrance. They couldn't understand why so many of these powerful creatures were all there. Soon after, Yunche, Xiaoju, Yunsha, and Yun-In also arrived. They were just as confused by the sheer number of monsters gathered in one place. One of the teachers explained that they had just arrived after seeing the signal and didn't know what was happening yet. He pointed towards the cave, explaining that the signal was coming from inside and that the students they had come to rescue must be trapped in there. Another teacher then explained their dire situation. A rescue effort was being organized, but the monster horde was simply too massive. Even with all the teachers united, they still weren't enough. There weren't enough people to break through the lines. Seeing the arrival of the powerful Yunsha and Yun, one teacher turned to them, desperate for aid. He explained it would be a huge help if they could assist in the rescue mission. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunsha immediately accepted the teacher's plea, declaring that saving their fellow students was their duty. She instantly seized control of the chaotic battlefield, summoning a glowing, star-shaped magic artifact. She then unleashed a powerful, area-wide buffing spell called Starlight Mystic Art. The spell washed over the teachers and students, enveloping them in a radiant golden light that significantly boosted their morale and attack power. The sheer strength of the buff spell stunned everyone, who instantly recognized it as an epic-level skill. At the very least, with her allies now empowered, Yunsha redirected her focus to the monster group, unleashing a devastating attack spell, Gravitational Pressure. It crushed a massive area of the Wanderer beasts. At the same time, Yun joined the fray, using her own devastating attack, Hidden Thorn, which instantly obliterated a level 30 Radiant Crystal Spike, showcasing her incredible power. The combined might of their attacks was absolutely astonishing. The other students and teachers could only watch in utter awe, as the once unbeatable monster horde was utterly annihilated. One of the students exclaimed that, with this level of power on their side, they should now easily rescue the trapped people. He then praised the amazing strength of Yun and Yunsha. Witnessing the incredible display of power from Yunsha and Yun, Yunche was profoundly impressed. He noted that not only was their equipment top tier, but their skills were equally masterful. He concluded that with their assistance, the rescue would succeed without any problems, even if he wasn't present himself. With the immediate crisis handled, Yunche's attention shifted to a larger mystery. As the rescue team advanced toward the cave, he couldn't help but wonder what could have possibly attracted so many powerful monsters, causing these wandering monsters to converge on this exact spot. He decided to investigate personally. He instructed Xiao Ji to remain with the main group, while he ventured ahead to scout the area. Yin then activated his newly upgraded ability, Mirror Walk, phasing completely out of reality and into the parallel mirror dimension itself. He gazed at the strange, vibrant purple landscape, realizing the dungeon's unique crystal structure offered him an abundance of reflective surfaces, allowing him to access the mirror world at will. However, he was also keenly aware of this power's limits. He still hadn't figured out how to exit the dimension whenever he pleased, recalling how he'd been ejected when the timer expired during his daring raid on the Ding family's house. After that, he couldn't get back in. As he glided through the mirror version of the cave, effortlessly passing by the ghostly, untouchable phantoms of the other adventurers. But then, he noticed something peculiar. The people had phantoms, but the monsters did not. Upon closer inspection, he saw the bodies of the monsters he'd killed earlier physically existed within this dimension. This led him to a crucial understanding of his abilities. Rules, other than himself. It appeared that other living beings had no physical form in the mirror world, only their deceased bodies, moving silently and completely unseen through the mirror world. Yunke followed the ghostly phantoms of the other adventurers deeper into the cave. He immediately recognized them as the group of senior students, including the one they called Little Z. He quickly deduced that they must have been responsible for attracting that massive group of wandering monsters. Finding themselves completely overwhelmed, they'd fired the distress signal. From his vantage point, he could clearly see they were utilizing the cave's narrow space to desperately hold their ground, which should keep them safe for a short while. However, the main mystery still remained. What could possibly be hidden inside this cave that would draw in so many of these powerful creatures? He pressed onward, plunging deeper into the mirror version of the cave. He aimed to investigate the bewildering, the crystal landscape. Its reflections made navigation tough, with endless reflections bouncing everywhere, making it hard to judge distances and directions. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes widened in shock and utter disbelief. He had stumbled upon something completely unexpected, something that absolutely shouldn't exist in a place like this. As Yunshe delved further into the mirror world cave, his eyes widened even more. He had discovered the dungeon's true hidden treasure, a colossal vein of special, glowing green crystal ore. Now he finally understood why Little Z and his group had risked so much to journey all the way here. Dungeons often contain unique resources that simply don't exist in the real world, used to craft powerful and one-of-a-kind equipment. These green ores were precisely one such resource, worth far, far more than mere gold. As he gazed at one of the shimmering green crystals, a system message popped up, identifying it as Mirror Image Crystal Oregon. The message confirmed he could loot it and bring it out of the mirror world. But even more significantly, it prompted him to return to the real world from this very spot. This was an absolutely massive discovery. To test his theory, he touched a different, normal blue crystal and saw the exact same message. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face as he grasped the true potential of his ability. He now understood that, as long as he could locate any mirrored surface, he could use it as his own personal exit point to return to the real world whenever he desired. As he strolled among the dazzling green crystals, Yinshe picked up a piece of the precious ore. He mused about his newly upgraded skill, knowing there was still so much more to learn about its full, incredible power. He needed to find a good opportunity to study it properly. For now, however, he decided to focus on exploring the massive crystal vein he'd found. As he delved deeper, he was utterly shocked by the sheer amount of treasure. The ore deposit was colossal, a truly massive find. That would be enough to make any ordinary person who minded a billionaire. This astonishing sight finally unraveled the mystery that had been plaguing him. He now grasped why so many formidable, wanderer-type monsters had congregated at this cave's entrance. They were drawn to, and likely guarding, this unbelievably valuable resource. Back in the real world, the rescue was in full swing. Yunsha continuously unleashed powerful spells, like her devastating gravitational pressure, to crush the pesky wander monsters, while Yinning followed up with her own deadly dual blade dance that tore through the remaining enemies. Not content with merely assisting her allies, Yunsha also showcased her own immense attack power with her Star Rain art, a devastating spell that engulfed a wide area. Students and teachers watching were utterly flabbergasted, wondering if all of the girls' skills were truly epic level, as their raw power far surpassed even the teachers. With a final, colossal, cross-shaped slash, the last of the wanderer beasts guarding the cave entrance was obliterated. The path was now clear for the rescue team to enter and retrieve the trapped senior students, who were huddled together, tired but alive, as the rescue party led them out. One of the seniors, Lil Zai, exclaimed he was incredibly relieved, confessing he thought he was surely going to perish in the cave. However, the ever-cautious Yun Yun was quick to temper his relief, warning him not to relax just yet. She pointed out that they still had to fight their way out of the dangerous dungeon, and that everyone was already exhausted from the last grueling battle. Yunsha agreed, but added with a confident smile that, with their assistance, the escape should prove far easier than their last struggle. As the rescued senior students were being led out of the cave, Yunsha's eyes suddenly widened, a look of stark surprise and intense worry on her face, as she sensed something was terribly wrong. Her ominous feeling was absolutely right, as the students behind her let out terrified screams. The reason for their terror was a truly horrifying sight. The path ahead, clear just moments before, was once again swarming with an unbelievably massive group of elite wanderer monsters. It was as if every wanderer in the entire dungeon had suddenly converged on this one spot, completely severing their path to safety as the rescue team found themselves swamped by the sudden onslaught of the wanderer group. Back in the real world, Yunsha continued his solo exploration of the alternate mirror world, navigating the confusing, maze-like paths of the crystal cave. His way, lit by the eerie green glow of the special veins. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in utter disbelief at the sight before him. He had uncovered an astonishing sight, a colossal, tree-like crystal formation that towered to the cave's ceiling, and, at its very peak, a brilliantly glowing, star-shaped crystal core pulsed with immense energy. He immediately knew its identity, the dungeon's legendary secret treasure. As he approached the core, he recalled the legends surrounding such artifacts. If the various crystal ores were the dungeon's unique products, then this crystal core was the ultimate prize, the dungeon's singular secret treasure. These treasures are the condensed form of all special products within a dungeon, taking an incredibly long and unknown time to fully form. They are so rare that a normal person might never encounter one in their entire lifetime. Crucially, every secret treasure unfailingly possesses a unique and powerful special effect. As Yunsha reached out to touch the radiant object, he knew he had found the true heart of the valiant dungeon. With a triumphant smile, Yunsha reached out to the glowing green crystal core he had discovered. Instantly, a system window appeared, identifying the item as the mirror image crystal core. It was a unique grade secret treasure that, when used, would permanently grant 10-point boost to stamina, a plus 0.5 increase to his mana recovery speed, and a whopping 20% damage reduction from light and electric type attacks. The description also stated it was a copy of a true secret treasure. Yunsha was absolutely thrilled with this discovery. He instantly understood that the boost in stamina would greatly boost his maximum health, while faster mana recovery meant he could unleash his powerful trick blade skill more often, increasing his damage. With a smart grin, he focused on what he knew was the most important effect, the 20% damage reduction for light and electric types. He knew that percentage-based Damage reduction was an incredibly rare and valuable effect, even among the very best equipment. To make it even better, as a consumable secret treasure, it wouldn't even take up one of his valuable equipment slots. However, as he held the treasure, a strange thought came to him. He knew that, just as the crystal ores had attracted the Wanderer, monsters, a secret treasure this big should logically be protected by a monster whose strength was far greater than the Wanderer's. He had seen, deciding not to stay long. He got ready to use the secret treasure and then get out. A system window gave him two choices: to either loot the item for later or use it right away. As he went to choose use, another message appeared, revealing a surprising rule: using or taking the item would require using up 10 minutes of his remaining mirror walk time, which caught him completely by surprise. Back in the real world, just as the rescued students were starting to feel a sense of relief, a deep and powerful rumbling sound suddenly shook the entire cave. The teachers and students looked up in terror, and even the very powerful Yin Sha and Yun Yin were frozen, with looks of pure shock and alarm. From behind the huge crystal formations, a new, colossal threat appeared. It was a giant monster, a much larger and more threatening version of the Wanderer, beast they had just fought, crackling with dark purple energy, dwarfing everything else in the cave. The group immediately grasped the horrifying truth of their predicament. They just stumbled upon the lord of the Wanderer species, a formidable hidden boss of the dungeon. Both teachers and students understood the gravity of their situation. They were facing a Wanderer Lord, a rare hidden boss, distinct from the dungeon's main boss. Such a creature is vastly more powerful than a normal boss, and this one, with its vast army of elite followers, posed an insurmountable threat. Panic quickly began to spread. One of the students cried out in terror, exclaiming he believed Wanderer Lords only appeared in high-level dungeons. The fear was rapidly escalating, and the others started to lose all hope, convinced they were all doomed. Just as they teetered on the brink of despair, Yun Sha's calm, resolute voice sliced through the chaos. She urged everyone to calm down, reminding them that the most crucial thing was to work together, to escape, instantly taking control. She pointed towards a narrow canyon, declaring it their sole exit from the basin. They were trapped in, explaining a clear plan. As long as they could, breach the monster-filled line and escape the basin, their superior speed would allow them to escape easily. With one final, encouraging shout, she activated her powerful Starlight Mystic Art again, bolstering the entire group. She ordered everyone not to hold back and to push forward with their full power towards the canyon exit. Inspired by Yun Sha's decisive leadership, the teaching team leader, Lei Li, sprang into action, vowing they'd at least get the students out safely. He activated his light-refracting shield. He announced the teachers would take turns, leading the assault with him going first. He then plunged into the monster horde to carve a path. The other teachers and students followed closely behind. Their combined attacks unleashed a powerful push forward. Support was paramount. Support class members unleashed healing and defensive spells on their beleaguered frontline fighters, ensuring they could maintain their advance. Completely surrounded on all sides, the group formed a tight, unbreakable defensive circle, slowly but surely pushing their way towards a canyon exit, as the teachers desperately urged them to hold on. Just as a breakthrough seemed within reach, the huge wandering lord made its terrifying entrance. It let out a mighty, earth-shattering roar, a skill known as Battle Cry Rally. In immediate response, the regular crystal monsters from across the entire dungeon, previously dormant and unmoving, suddenly jolted to life and began marching straight for the basin. They poured relentlessly into the canyon, their sheer numbers forming what seemed like an endless, surging wave of new enemies. This horde completely enveloped the trapped rescue party. The students and teachers could only watch in utter despair as their desperate escape route was brutally cut off by thousands of new monsters, leaving them wondering where they had all materialized from. The already dire situation for the students and teachers just plummeted further as the huge, Wandering Lord unleashed a new ability, Crystal Aura. A massive, ominous red aura enveloped all nearby monsters, bolstering them with a staggering 20% increase to their health, attack power, and defense. The students on the front line were immediately overwhelmed, crying out in shock at the monster's suddenly amplified attack, power, and might. This newly empowered group quickly claimed its first victim. A teacher was brutally pierced by several energy beams, screaming that the damage was too extensive to be healed, before being utterly overwhelmed by the relentless attacks and killed. A nearby student shouted in horror, announcing to all that a teacher had fallen, as panic threatened to shatter their resolve. Yinsha seized control once more. She ordered the shield guards to the front to immediately form a defensive line and commanded the priests to focus all their healing on the shield bearers, to keep them standing. Even with her resolute commands, Yinsha knew their situation remained incredibly grim. She realized everyone was already exhausted, and they were now just barely holding on. But what was truly terrifying, she realized that the Wandering Lord itself hadn't even truly begun to fight yet. They were already pushed to their absolute limits, just by its empowered followers alone. Even with their fiercest efforts, the combined might of students and teachers was no match at all for the endless horde of monstrous creatures. One teacher, grim-faced, declared their efforts utterly useless and that they couldn't possibly break through. At this rate, realizing group defense was futile, one of the more cowardly teachers decided to abandon the group. He activated a stealth skill, proclaiming it was every person for themselves now. He bolted, attempting to sneak past the monsters and escape solo. Teacher Lee shouted after him, warning his stealth skill wouldn't last long enough for him to get away. His grim warning proved tragically true. The fleeing teacher was immediately spotted by a smaller turtle-like crystal monster that burst from the ground, blocking his path. As the teacher froze in terror, the colossal Wandering Lord, who had observed the battle until now, finally made its devastating move. It unleashed a devastating beam of pure energy that scorched the very ground where the lone teacher stood. The teacher was instantly obliterated, blasted directly into ashes by the Lord's overwhelming attack. The blast was so incredibly powerful, it not only annihilated the teacher, but also collapsed the entire canyon, completely sealing their only escape route with a monstrous rock slide. The remaining students and teachers could only stare in utter horror at this unbelievable, terrifying display of power. One, his face a mask of utter despair, stammered that they could no longer escape. Having sealed their only escape, the colossal Wandering Lord turned its gaze to the trapped adventurers. Its crystal eyes glowed as it charged another devastating energy beam, and one of the students screamed in utter despair, believing it was all over, and that they were its next target, with no way to dodge the attack. The group braced for the unavoidable. They knew they couldn't possibly block a blast that massive, but at the very last second, one of the students summoned a massive, fancy giant shield right in front of them. The shield, an epic quality, level 70 piece of equipment, called the Rock Mountain Shield, boasted immense defense and resistance. The Lord's energy beam slammed into the giant shield with incredible force, pushing it back and threatening to shatter it. The teachers and stronger students rushed forward to help hold the shield, knowing that if it fell, they would all be finished. And Shaw, her face strained with effort, explained their desperate plan. The shield was a level 70 piece of equipment, so its durability was surely high. However, because its level requirement was so high, no one in the group was actually strong enough to properly equip it and gain its stat bonuses. This meant they had to physically hold the massive, hard-to-move object in place with their own strength. She knew this was only a temporary solution, a desperate move that could only buy them a little bit of time. As the students and teachers desperately held the line against the Wandering Lord's attack, their spirits began to break. One of the rescued seniors questioned why a monster of this power was even in the school's dungeon. Another student, his face a mask of terror and anger, turned on the teachers, blaming them for their situation and questioning why they had been brought there in the first place. One of the teachers, his face serious, wondered if their long struggle to save the trapped students had all been for nothing. Layli watched on, a pained expression etched on his face. His only comfort came from knowing that at least the two younger students, Yunche and Xiaoju, were safe and wouldn't stumble into this danger. His thought was immediately and spectacularly proven wrong. To his complete shock and disbelief, Xiao Ji suddenly materialized at his side, shoving him out of the path of an incoming attack. Layli couldn't comprehend how the boy, who was supposed to be waiting safely by the valley, had appeared here so incredibly fast. As yet another monster lunged forward, Layli shouted a warning. Xiao Ji reacted instantly, yelling the name of his skill, Surround Shield, to protect his teacher. However, the monster's attack was simply too powerful, shattering Xiao Ji's defenses instantly and breaching the group's perimeter. With their formation broken and their main tank gravely hurt, the group was left entirely exposed. There was no one left who could halt the advance of the Wanderer group. With their defensive line completely shattered, the group found themselves utterly exposed, with no one left to stop the relentless advance of the Wanderer monsters. In a desperate act of bravery, Xiao Ji single-handedly charged the monsters, successfully blocking several powerful attacks and shielding his injured teacher, Layli. Layli, the teacher, could only stare in utter amazement, wondering how this younger student he had dismissed as completely useless possessed such incredible, raw strength. But Xiao Ji's valiant solo effort was not enough. The other shield guards' defenses were completely broken, and their entire defensive line had vanished. Xiao Ji himself was finally overwhelmed, his armor cracking and breaking, as he was sent flying by a powerful blow. He lay on the ground, bleeding and utterly defeated, as the monsters prepared to deliver the final, crushing blow. Seeing their last line of defense fall, one of the teachers, his face a mask of sweat and terror, declared that their situation was now truly hopeless. Just as the monsters were about to overrun the defenseless, vulnerable group, a blur of motion sliced through the chaos. To the utter amazement of the teacher, Yunche suddenly appeared, perched atop the defeated monster's body. He wielded his massive, glowing crystal longsword, his eyes a picture of cold, deadly calm. He gazed down at his beaten and bleeding friend, Xiao Ji, praising him for his immense bravery. He then shifted his attention to the monster horde. His voice brimming with unshakable confidence, he declared, "Leave the rest to me." A short time ago, back in the mirror world, Yunche stood before the crystal core. He realized that since he'd found a replica, the original, real-world version must still exist. This meant that with his mirror-world ability, he could effectively double his harvest of any valuable resource. However, he knew there were limits. He had gathered 75 pieces of the valuable crystal ore, but bringing them all out would require 750 minutes of mirror walk time, far more than he currently had. He understood that, like the crystal core, each piece of her cost 10 minutes of his time to bring out. Faced with this limitation, he made a choice. He would loot the real-world crystal core. But for now, he would use the replica he found in the mirror world to get its powerful buffs. Right away, a system notification confirmed that he had used both the real and mirrored versions of the core, which doubled the stat increases and gave him a powerful 40% immunity to light and electric-type damage after using the core. As he stood atop the massive crystal formation in the real world, he suddenly felt a powerful vibration shake the whole cave. His eyes widened in alarm as he sensed the new disturbance. Wondering what had just happened, he sprang into action, diving off the crystal formation to find the source of the noise. As he leaped from the crystal formation, Yunche decided to test his new ability to exit the mirror world whenever he wanted. He phased through the crystal walls, entering the parallel dimension once more, and noted that he still had almost 13 minutes of his mirror walk time left. With a confident smirk, He just confirmed another crucial aspect of his power. As long as he had time remaining on his mirror walk, he could freely pop in and out of the dimension. This ability would only enter cooldown. Once the full duration was completely expended, he immediately put this theory to the test, phasing right back through the shimmering crystal walls and successfully returning to reality. However, what he saw upon his return was an absolutely shocking sight. The monster count had exploded dramatically, far exceeding what the crystal or alone could explain. Towering over every single one was the colossal Wandering Lord, and Yunshe finally grasped the truth. This monstrous creature was the true origin of the perilous sensation he'd instinctively felt from the very start. Comprehending the immense danger, his immediate concern was for his friend. He knew that Xiao Ji and the others were now in grave peril. But with his newfound mastery over the mirror world, a brilliant new strategy began to formulate in his mind, knowing he could now seamlessly enter and exit the dimension whenever he pleased. He saw a golden opportunity to turn the tables on the seemingly insurmountable boss. Leveraging his newfound control over his ultimate skill, Yunshe devised an ingenious strategy. He began phasing in and out of the mirror world, utilizing the alternate dimension for instant repositioning. This allowed him to effortlessly dodge monster attacks before reappearing in the real world to deliver a swift strike. This hit-and-run tactic proved incredibly effective. After dispatching several more elite monsters, he reached an impressive level 24. He took a moment to assess his enhanced capabilities, calculating that, with his boosted mana and the doubled mana recovery from the crystal cores, he could now stack his blade of trickery skill for a staggering 330% increase in attack power. However, Yunshe remained grounded in reality. He knew that while his current power was absolutely insane, it still wasn't enough to confront the titanic Wandering Lord, a creature even mightier than a typical dungeon boss. He determined he would need to reach at least level 30 to stand any real chance of victory, and he knew he was still a considerable distance from that goal. The story, we then return to the desperate real world, where students and teachers are on the brink of death. Just as all hope seems completely lost, Yunshe makes his final exit from the mirror world, appearing right in the thick of the battlefield. He lands triumphantly on a defeated monster's body, then looks at his battered but brave friend, Xiao Ji, praising him for his incredible courage. With unwavering resolve, he tells his friend to leave the rest to him, ready to face the colossal monster horde alone. Having exited the mirror world one last time, Yunshe makes a firm landing. Ready to fight, he immediately takes command, telling those with support skills to unleash their buffs. As he charges the Wanderer horde, Yunsha and Xiao Ji react instantly. The powerful, high-level student unleashes her Starlight Mystic Art, while Xiao Ji casts his formidable Surround Shield and Shield Armor skills, delivering a powerful buff to Yunsha, along with a massive boost to his spirit and attack power. Now incredibly stronger, Yunshe becomes a storm of destruction. His massive crystal longsword effortlessly cuts through groups of elite monsters. He knew that while the enemy numbers were ridiculous, he was no longer in any true danger. After activating the 2 crystal core secret treasures, his health had multiplied several times over. His 40% damage reduction against the monsters, light and electric attacks, made him incredibly resilient. His only frustration, however, was that the monsters were immune to the confusion effect of his chaotic thorn skill, which would have made dispatching them far quicker. The other students and teachers could only watch in stunned silence. Teacher Lei Li and the other seniors, who had previously looked down on him, were now in complete disbelief. They checked his status bar and confirmed he was a support class chanter, but they still couldn't comprehend how his attack power was so absurdly high, or what strange skill allowed him to seemingly teleport around the battlefield by phasing through the mirror world. Lei Li, his arm still bleeding from an earlier injury, watched on, a mix of shock and awe washing over him. He simply couldn't believe that the younger student he'd been so worried about possessed such incredible strength. armed with his newfound power and sheer toughness. Yunche transformed into an unstoppable force, tearing through the endless hordes of elite wander monsters. The sheer number of these formidable enemies yielded an unbelievable amount of experience, and he found himself gaining levels at an unbelievably fast pace. Yun Sha, who had earlier pegged him as the intruder at the Ding residence, could only gape in amazement. She had initially dismissed him as just a bold thief, but now she had to admit that his power went far beyond anything she could have imagined. Yun was just as stunned, rendered utterly speechless by the phenomenal display of power from the boy, who shared her last name. Yun Che continued his relentless attack, phasing in and out of the mirror world to swiftly move and strike. His movements a blur of purple energy. He ascended level after level, rapidly reaching level 28. The other students and teachers, who moments before had faced certain death, were utterly shocked. One of the teachers, Lei Li, wondered if Yun Che was some sort of high-level outside support, but then recalled seeing him before and realized he was just a student. His companion, Little Z, was absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe that a mere student could wield such immense power. Despite Yun Che's incredible performance, the Wandering Lord remained an immense threat as the colossal beast prepared to unleash another of its devastating energy beams. The students and teachers shrieked in alarm. Yun Che, his face grim, knew that even with all his recent power-ups, he wouldn't survive a direct hit from that attack. As the Wandering Lord began to move forward, its energy beam still blazing, the students and teachers, behind their makeshift shield wall, they knew their time was running out fast. Once the colossal beast drew near, the two shields simply wouldn't be enough to protect them. Teacher Lei Li, seeing that Yun Che had vastly thinned out the horde of smaller monsters, shouted for everyone to make a break for it and head for the other exit. He knew that, no matter how powerful the mysterious student might be, there was no way he could take on the Wandering Lord all by himself. However, his plan was immediately met with strong pushback. One of the other students quickly pointed out the glaring problem. The two massive shields were far too difficult to move. If they abandoned them to make a run for it, they'd be completely exposed to the Lord's devastating attacks. Another student added that the shields were too heavy to be carried and could only be moved by storing them in an inventory, which none of them possessed the ability to do. Just as their argument grew heated, a calm voice cut through the chaos, telling them to leave it to him. It was Yun Che, and he laid out a new, selfless plan. He would attack the Wandering Lord to divert its attention, giving the rest of them a chance to retreat. Teacher Lei Li was stunned by his selfless sacrifice, asking what would happen to him if they all ran. Yun Che explained his reasoning. He knew from his past life that if a Wandering Lord isn't dealt with, it will eventually gather all the monsters in the dungeon and wander out into the outside world, causing a major disaster. With a look of serious determination, he declared that he would stay behind and kill the beast himself. He then activated his blade of trickery, boosting his attack power by a massive 350%, and noted that he still had over 5 minutes left on his mirror walk ability, giving him the perfect tool to take on this colossal enemy. As Yun Che prepared to face the Wandering Lord alone, Teacher Lei Li made the agonizing choice to lead the others in a retreat. He urged them to get out faster, thinking that no matter how strong Yun Che was, he would eventually get tired. Up against such a colossal foe, he figured the sooner they escaped, the sooner Yun Che could make his own getaway. When a student questioned Yun Che's audacious claim that he could single-handedly defeat the Lord, Lei dismissed it as nothing more than a brave front, meant only to boost their fading morale, because he truly understood the immense power of a Wandering Lord. As he was forced to flee alongside the group, Cha Drew felt utterly powerless. He cast a desperate glance backward, hating that all he could do in such a dire moment was run. While his friend confronted unimaginable peril, silently, he prayed for Yun-Che's survival. Meanwhile, Yun-Che was far from helpless. He relentlessly battled through the smaller monsters, growing stronger with every single kill, and swiftly gained yet another level. As the colossal, Wandering Lord unleashed its devastating energy beam, Yun-Che activated his mirror walk, phasing out of reality. The beam soared harmlessly through the space, where he had just moments before stood. He then instantly reappeared behind the monstrous beast and struck it with a powerful slash from his radiant sword. However, his attack revealed a harsh truth. The Wandering Lord, a level 42 stone golem, possessed an impenetrable defense and potent healing skill, that the meager damage he inflicted was instantly healed. Immediately, he realized that at his current level, it was utterly useless. Its defenses were simply too high. As he skillfully dodged the Wandering Lord's relentless attacks, Yun-Che's initial test confirmed his suspicions. A large crystal on the creature's head was indeed its core, meaning it was also its undeniable weak point. The only problem, however, was reaching it. Even with numerous buffs, his attack power still wasn't enough to pierce through the Lord's formidable defense and rapid healing. To make matters worse, his time was rapidly dwindling. A swift glance at his status panel revealed that the potent buffs he had received from his allies were already beginning to wear off. His own mana reserves were also critically low, and he knew he couldn't sustain his powerful Blade of Trickery skill for much longer. He realized he had only one viable option left. He absolutely needed to get stronger. He needed to level up first, by taking down the weaker monsters. But just as he geared up to attack the smaller creatures once more, a brilliant beam of light burst forth from a nearby rock crevice. Yun-Che's eyes widened in surprise, as he instantly recognized the source. At that very instant, the massive Wandering Lord also spotted the light, and with a terrifying display of intelligence, it unleashed its potent energy beam at the crack. Yun-Che immediately phased into the mirror world to evade the blast. However, as he reappeared, he was aghast to see the beam perfectly aimed at his predicted emergence point. He realized with a shocking jolt that the cunning boss had already learned his pattern and was predicting his every move. Forced to reappear in the real world, amidst the Wandering Lord's colossal energy beam, Yun-Che was utterly caught in the blast. The attack was a massive, continuous assault, rapidly draining his health. Even with his formidable defenses, he knew Mirror Walk was out of the question for dodging, since he had less than 4 minutes of it remaining, and this relentless attack would deplete it instantly. His only option was to deploy his undead army to shield him from the damage. However, he knew this was an incredibly costly plan. Reviving his summons would consume a huge chunk of his already low mana, leaving him with absolutely nothing left to power up his attacks. For a desperate counterattack, he began to wonder if retreating to regroup was his best bet. But just as he was on the verge of defeat, another powerful blast slammed into the Lord's attack. To his utter surprise, he saw Yun-Sha, Yun-In, and even Chao-Ji had returned to the fray. Yun-Sha explained with a playful smirk that his little brother here, meaning Chao-Ji, had practically begged and pleaded for them to come back and help him. Chao-Ji, with his back still turned, quickly denied begging. He explained that, as the number of smaller monsters dwindled, the remaining members could now safely make their escape, leaving him free to return and assist. Upon hearing his friend's courageous choice, a truly grateful smile spread across Yun-Che's face as he simply uttered thanks. Their ranks now bolstered, Yun-Sha asserted her leadership. She informed Yun-Che that the hidden boss remained too formidable and that she and the others would provide cover, allowing him to execute a slow retreat. However, Yun-Che flat out rejected her proposal. He declared that with their aid, he no longer needed to hold anything back. Unleashing his full power, aided by his formidable allies, he tirelessly grinded against the smaller monsters. In his mirror walk, time finally ran out as he hit the crucial level 30. Now, at his desired level. He knew his attack power was at last sufficient to challenge the Lord. He promptly donned the rare, level 30, corrupted knight's armor he'd acquired from the Ding family's dungeon, which massively boosted his defenses. Yinsha observed him, then questioned if he was truly contemplating attacking the Lord's weak point on its head. She pointed out that at such an elevation, reaching it was seemingly impossible. But Yunshe was already one step ahead. He revealed he had already secured the tool he'd always desired, the gravitational pull skill book, looted from one of the Wanderer monsters. The skill allowed its user to pull a target, object towards them. More importantly, its reversed form, gravitational traction, did the opposite, pulling the user towards the target. The pull grew stronger, the lower the user's strength. With this newfound movement ability, the Lord's weak point was no longer out of reach. He activated his blade of trickery, swiftly building up his attack power. Then, with a confident smile, he made a promise to the others. He had everything under control. With his plan locked in and power fully charged, Yunshe reached out a hand, enveloped in purple energy, aiming directly for the colossal wandering lord's head. He then unleashed his brand new skill, gravitational traction, a powerful force that grabbed him, propelling him forward with incredible speed. He streaked through the air like a rocket, crushing the rocky ground beneath him as he hurtled right towards the colossal monster. In an astounding display of skill and power, he landed flawlessly atop the wandering lord's head, positioning himself directly beside its glowing crystal core. His powerful sword pulsed with crackling energy, poised and ready to strike down below. Yunsha and Yunin, who had just declared impossible to reach that height, could only gape upwards, their faces frozen in looks of utter shock and disbelief at the impossible feat he had just accomplished. Having reached the wandering lord's vulnerable spot, Yunshe channeled all of his power. He drove his massively amplified sword deep into the glowing crystal core, causing a catastrophic spiderweb of cracks to erupt across its surface. The colossal beast, however, would not go down without a fight. In its dying throes, it unleashed a final, cataclysmic explosion of raw energy from its core, a desperate, last-ditch effort to take its attacker down. Along with it, Yunshe was caught squarely in the center of the blast, his health plummeting rapidly, while a flood of messages confirmed the massive, continuous damage he was taking. But his newly reinforced defenses and boosted health held strong. He gritted his teeth and endured the onslaught, and as the blinding light finally faded, he was left standing, battered but alive, while the wandering lord's massive crystal body shattered into a million pieces. A flurry of messages confirmed his incredible victory. He had vanquished the wandering lord, earning a colossal bonus of 5,000 experience points and the esteemed title of Wanderer Killer. Even more importantly, the hidden boss had dropped 2 legendary tier quality skill books, Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection, rewards of truly immense power and value. With a final, powerful strike to the wandering lord's core, Yunshe used all of his built-up power. The giant beast broke into a million pieces, and the explosion of energy and experience instantly gave him 3 more levels, bringing him to level 33. The students and teachers watching were left in stunned silence. Chao Drew could only say how incredibly strong his friend had become, while Yunsha couldn't believe he had actually managed to kill such a scary monster, all by himself as he stood among the falling pieces. Yunshe saw 2 beams of golden light come from the monster's remains. He had gotten 2 legendary quality items, but before he could look at his new loot, he had to jump to safety as the huge, headless body of the wandering lord began to fall over. Yunsha shouted a warning, realizing that Yunshe was still on top of the falling giant. With skilled agility, he expertly moved through the crumbling remains of the monster, jumping from one piece to the next, until he landed safely on the ground. As the dust settled anew, huge opening was revealed in the side of the mountain, where the lord had fallen. The inside of the mountain was empty, showing a vast dark cave, filled with the skeletal remains of both wanderer, monsters and humans looking at the old battlefield. Yunshe came to a serious realization, an even stronger, more ancient. Wandering Lord must have been born here long ago. He now understood why there were so many intense battle scars all over the dungeon. As he looked at the old, empty mountain, Yunshe's eyes were drawn to a single figure, outlined against the dim light at the very top. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the armored warrior, still in a final defiant pose. His great sword stuck firmly in the ground. A system message confirmed the impossible. It was the body of Chao En, who was also known by his nickname, Chao Ben Ben. Yunshe could only whisper his friend's name. In utter disbelief, soon other students and teachers arrived at the grim scene, equally stunned by what they saw. Yunsha, her voice laced with awe, identified the figure as the infamous traitor Chao En. She admitted that, while she'd heard this was the very spot where the hero, Ding Kuan, killed him. She never expected a scene like this. The battlefield itself was a testament to a desperate last stand against countless monsters and foes. She noted that the heroic, defiant figure before them now was starkly different from the statue in the modern History Memorial Hall, which depicted him being trampled. This, she declared, doesn't look like someone who'd be so easily beaten. Yunshe remained utterly silent, his face a mask of profound grief and sadness, as he gazed upon the remains of his fallen friend. Chao Ji, his great-grandson, finally spoke, telling Yunshe that, while he probably wouldn't believe him, he now believed his great-grandfather might not have been a bad person at all. As Chao Ji stood before his great-grandfather's remains, he began to unveil the truth he had uncovered. He recounted to Yunshe how he'd spent his childhood poring over the historical records of his great-grandfather. But whenever he reached the parts detailing his experiences, the descriptions were always frustratingly vague. Despite this, he'd managed to unearth some crucial details. He'd discovered that his great-grandfather had a peculiar habit of venturing into dungeons, far below his actual level. This led him to a critical question. Why would an S-rank professional, someone over level 60, come to a low-level dungeon like this? He then answered his own question with newfound certainty. It was because this dungeon was one of the few places that could spawn a wandering lord, a monstrous creature capable of summoning every monster in a dungeon and leading them into the outside world, causing an absolute catastrophe. He explained that, back in those days, the government lacked sufficient soldiers to defend against the relentless threat of monsters pouring out of the dungeons. They had to rely on a few powerful, responsible professionals to regularly purge the most dangerous threats. His great-grandfather, he declared with pride, was one of those very heroes. He hadn't been a traitor. He had come to this very dungeon to halt a potential disaster before it even began. As Yunshe listened silently to this revelation, Chao Ji's confidence began to waver. He admitted that others probably thought he was just spinning tales, and that even his own family believed he was merely seeking mental comfort, twisting the unclear historical text to fit a story he desperately wanted to believe. Just as he was about to abandon all hope, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. He looked up to see Yunshe, a kind, understanding smile gracing his face, who simply said, "I believe you." As Yunsha and Yun-In looked on, with expressions of pure shock and admiration, Chaoga was utterly overwhelmed, left speechless by Yunshe's simple, heartfelt statement of belief. A flood of memories washed over Yunshe as he remembered his fallen friend and comrade, Chao Ben Ben, whose heroic legacy had been so cruelly twisted. He recalled Chao Ben Ben's youthful arrogance, how he would boast that his natural talent meant he didn't need a master and would soon surpass Yunshe himself. But he also remembered the boy's sheer terror when he got in over his head, screaming for his master to save him from a swarm of ravenous monsters, only to then stubbornly deny that he needed saving at all. His pride hurt. He remembered his friend's unique habit of working hard, in secret, only to then show off his new strength in front of others, and how he always chose the weakest shield bearer class, the sword guard, because no other shield type class fast enough to keep up with Yun Shei's reckless attacks. He remembered how he always seemed to find Xiao Binbin, even when he tried to sneak off on his own, to grind levels. His friend would always make excuses, claiming he just couldn't resist a good fight, insisting that saving people was just something he did. Yun Shei, filled with a new sense of purpose and a burning desire for revenge, looked at the remains of his friend. He declared that for Xiao Binbin's sake, he would settle the score with the Ding family, the very ones who caused his friend's suffering. After his death, back at the Ding family residence, Ding Shu is telling the wild story of the dungeon expedition to his unbelieving father and uncle. He insists that what he's saying is absolutely true, that Yun Shei is just that amazing. They can even ask the teacher in charge if they don't believe him. He explains that he was initially blocked from entering the dungeon because of his low level, but he waited outside until the survivors came out. The scene flashes back to the students, leaving the dungeon, buzzing with excitement. They had all witnessed the fall of the giant, wandering lord from a distance, and were in absolute awe of the person who had managed to kill a rare, hidden boss that was over level 40, a feat that was beyond their imagination. Ding Shu, listening in, confirmed that the hero's name was Yun Shei. He couldn't believe that someone, even more powerful than the high level, Yun Yin, had been among the students, and he wondered about Yun Shei's true identity. Back in the present, after hearing his son's report, the third head, Ding Gai, is silent for a moment. He then gets up from his seat and gives a chilling command to gather the Ding family guards and follow him to the traitor's dungeon, the very place where Chao En had died. His brother, Ding Yi, stops him, remembering a crucial detail from Ding Shu's earlier report about the intruders at their home. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he commands his brother to bring the Chao family members along with him too. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Yun Shei gazes at a legendary skill book he acquired from the Wandering Lord, the Golden Light Shield. Without hesitation, he offers the powerful tome to Chao Ji, urging him to learn it, since it has no level requirement. Yun Xia, observing them, is shocked. She asks why he'd so easily give away a legendary skill. Yun Shei calmly explains that the skill is only for shield bearers, making it useless to him. He then adds a crucial detail, suggesting that Chao Ji's great-grandfather, Chao En, likely used this very skill himself. Moved, Chao Ji accepts the book. Yun Xia looks on thoughtfully. She comments that, while Chao Ji might lack powerful skills, Yun Shei certainly has an abundance. She admits that, even though her own skills are considered high level, she feels far behind him, mentioning his apparent teleportation ability and his power to summon countless undead creatures. Her mention of the undead makes Yun Shei's expression turn serious as his eyes glow. He suddenly remembers a key detail about his power. His undead summons are created from souls he found in the mirror world. This leads him to a profound realization. If other souls also go to the mirror world after they die, then it's possible that his old friend, Chao En's soul, is waiting there too. After his sudden realization, a look of nervous excitement crosses Yun Shei's face. A system message confirms his mirror walk ability is ready again, granting him a full 30 minutes to explore the mirror world. He immediately wonders if he can use this chance to find his old friend's soul. With a determined look, he activates the skill. His body glowed with a familiar purple light as he plunged into the other dimension. Within the bizarre blue-green landscape of the mirror world, he quickly located what he sought. A powerful, ghostly figure in full armor, exuding a calm, yet potent presence. Yun Shei's heart swelled with emotion, whispering his fallen friend's nickname, Chao Bin, confirming his friend's soul had indeed been waiting here all along. Meanwhile, back in the real world, time had passed, and Yun approached Yun Sha, reminding her they needed to leave soon for an important audience ceremony. Yun Sha, however, seemed reluctant, admitting they'd been there for a while. but that the ongoing events were far more interesting. Her eyes drifted to where Yun-Che had been, and she wondered aloud to the others what he could possibly be doing and why he'd been gone for so long, unaware of the reunion he was having. In another dimension, deep within the mirror world, Yun-Che stood there, his expression serious. He spoke to the armored soul of his old friend, Chao Ben, saying he couldn't believe they were meeting again. He had so much he wanted to tell him. However, their reunion was abruptly cut short. He noted sadly that it was a shame. His friend wouldn't be able to answer him, as the calm spirit was suddenly consumed by dark, evil energy, twisting its form into a monstrous, roaring undead creature. Yun-Che realized with a heavy heart. His friend had truly become an undead spirit, a being driven by raw instinct, not memory. He admitted he truly didn't want to fight him, but he had no other choice. He launched himself into the air, dodging an incoming attack, and steeling himself for a difficult battle. As their fierce battle began, Yun-Che's eyes glowed with purple energy as he locked onto his opponent. As they fought, something strange happened. Yun-Che found himself surrounded by floating crystal pieces, each showing a different scene. He recognized them as vivid moments from Benben's life and experiences. One piece in particular seized his attention, revealing a clear memory of Benben's final battle against the man known as the hero, Dinkuan. As he replayed the memory of the fight, Yun-Che noticed something odd about Dinkuan's posture and fighting style, finding it strangely familiar. Suddenly, the entire mirrored landscape around them shattered like glass. When the pieces settled, Yun-Che saw that the monstrous undead form had vanished, leaving only the calm, armored soul of Chao when standing before him. Once more, he was left utterly confused, wondering what had just transpired. Still trapped in the mirror world, Yun-Che hesitantly called out his friend's name again, only for the calm soul of Chao to once more burst into a monstrous, roaring undead creature. Swinging a shadowy purple energy blade, Yun-Che blocked the fierce attack, his expression serious as he realized the grim truth. The two then plunged into a frantic battle, their purple, energy-filled strikes clashing with immense force. Yun-Che understood that his friend was truly gone, with only his raw, fighting instincts left in this evil form. Seeing no point in fighting the shell of his friend, he decided to retreat first. However, when he tried to leave, a system message appeared, telling him that he could not exit the mirror world from his current location. A wave of frustration washed over him. With no other choice, he accepted that he would have to fight. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Chaudhry stood alone, a look of shocked determination on his face as he clenched his fist. His solitude was broken by the arrival of a large group, led by Dingai and Dingy. One of them asked why Chao Ji was all alone, and wondered out loud if Yun-Che had sensed their approach and run away. In fear, Dinga looked down on the boy with a smug grin, saying that this was only half the fun. Chao Ji. He tried to act completely oblivious to the situation. He then asked Ding Shu why he had even bothered to show up, and if he was also just there to level up like everyone else. Ding Gu scoffed, seeing right through his flimsy act. He glared at the little brat from the Chao family, telling him to stop pretending. He directly accused Chao Ju of being the one who secretly helped Yun-Che sneak into his house and steal their precious property. When Chao Ju tried to deny it, frantically shaking his head, Ding Shu leaned in close, a menacing look in his eyes, asking if he seriously thought he wouldn't recognize the terrifying sound of his screams. The chilling threat sent an icy bolt down Chao Ju's spine, his face instantly turning pale with utter fear. Brushing the whole matter aside with a cruel, dismissive wave, Dingo announced with a sinister, unsettling smile that none of that drama was important right now, because he had brought Chao Ju a very special little gift. Chao Ju's face twisted into an expression of pure terror as Dingo repeated his sinister, chilling offer. He then revealed his little gift, and Chao Ju's eyes widened in absolute horror. A group of tired-looking, disheveled people were brought forward by the menacing Ding family guards. It was his own family. He recognized them in utter disbelief. whispering the names of his granduncles, grandaunts, and finally his own mother, who looked back at him with a tired, utterly defeated expression. Before he could even begin to comprehend the situation, one of his elderly relatives, his second granduncle, suddenly exploded with unbridled rage. He screamed directly at Chao Ju, ordering him to kneel and immediately apologize to the hero's family. And to Ding Shu, Chao Ju, looking down at the ground, started to weakly say that he didn't want to live like this any longer. But his furious granduncle cut him off sharply, angrily demanding what he had taught him about how to act in front of the esteemed Ding family. He screamed at him to kneel once more. This was finally the last, unbearable straw for Chao Ju. He snapped his voice, filled with years of held-back anger and profound shame, as he shouted back, defiantly asking if the Chao family was truly meant to be the Ding family's dogs. For generations, his sudden defiance shocked his family members, who looked on in utter horror. Then, another relative, Xiao Li, stepped forward, wholeheartedly agreeing with the old man, shouting that for descendants of a terrible traitor, being dogs was more than good enough. The pressure on Chowder mounted, as another female relative tearfully asked, "Are you trying to get her whole family killed?" She begged him to think of his father, reminding him how hard his mother had worked to support their family ever since his father went mad, try to guilt-trip him into giving in. After a tense moment of silence, Chowder's entire attitude shifted dramatically. He spun around, pointing with fierce passion towards the skeletal remains of his ancestor. Up on the mountain, he declared to everyone that the truth was that his great-grandfather had come to this very dungeon to stop a cataclysm before it could happen. He insisted his ancestor was only defeated because so many people had ambushed him, causing his heroic sacrifice. He explained he'd been collecting information about his great-grandfather for a long, long time, but he'd always been missing the final, clear evidence. Now, with the scene of that final battle right before their eyes, he had the proof he needed with fire in his eyes. He proclaimed his ancestor was no traitor. The official history was just propaganda. He turned to his stunned family, telling them that if they made this truth public, they could finally clear their ancestor's name and escape their life of servitude. His voice rose with righteous anger as he declared that the Ding family had no right to treat them this way, and that their other relatives should never have died for such a lie. His passionate speech was met not with denial, but with a burst of condescending laughter from Ding Gai, who found it childishly amusing. He then calmly walked forward, a smug look plastered across his face, and confirmed that everything Chao Ji had just said was, in fact, correct. He admitted that Chao Wen was. He was indeed ambushed and killed, not an evil man as rumored. Then, with a chilling, utter lack of regret, he unveiled the final, damning truth. His own grandfather, the revered hero, Ding Kun himself, had orchestrated that ambush, all to amass his fortune. Cho Ji could only listen, utterly stunned in his silence by the casual confession of the heinous crime that had plagued his family for generations. With a chilling manic grin, Ding Gai leaned in close to the horrified Cho Ji and cruelly dismissed the truth entirely, asking who even cared about it anymore. He declared that the official story was all that mattered. Chao Wen was an imperial traitor, and therefore utterly vile. Spreading his arms wide before his armored guards, he mocked Cho Ji further, asking what it mattered if he drove his father mad or brutally killed his relatives, proclaiming that as descendants of traitors, they deserved their lowly, pathetic fate. He then delivered the most devastating blow yet, pointing a finger at the terrified Cho family. He revealed they had known the truth all along. He asked Cho Ji how else he thought those relatives he'd mentioned had truly died, implying they were brutally silenced for knowing too much. And with the mental torment complete, Ding Gai adjusted his tie with a smug, chilling smile and gave a simple, chilling command, kneel immediately, and without a single word of protest. The entire Cho family, including the elderly, fell to their knees in utter submission. Cho Ji's mother, now kneeling on the cold ground, pleaded with her son, whom she called Ji. She begged him to admit he was wrong and stop resisting, telling him it's useless. With tears streaming down her face, she confessed her deepest, most heartbreaking fear after his father went mad. I couldn't bear to lose my son as well. Hearing his mother's heartbreaking plea, Cho Ji stood frozen, utterly paralyzed, his body filled with despair and searing conflict. Just as his spirit was about to shatter, a new, gentle voice suddenly cut through the tension. It was a woman with long, flowing, a brown-haired woman reached out a comforting hand towards him, telling him not to listen to their taunts. She met his gaze with a kind smile and assured him that he was the best. The woman's words of encouragement seemed to vanish instantly as Ding Shui, his face covered in bandages from his last encounter with Yin Che, stepped forward with a hateful sneer. Annoyed by Chao Ji's hesitation, he called him clueless and launched a vicious kick, shouting that he would force him to kneel, one way or another. But this time was different. To Ding Shu's shock, Chao Ji's eyes glowed with power as he effortlessly blocked the kick with his forearm. Before Ding Shu could react, Chao Ji grabbed his leg and, with a powerful roar, slammed him into the rocky ground, shattering it on impact. Standing tall amidst the broken pieces, Chodrai looked at his fallen tormentor with a new resolve and declared firmly that he would never kneel again. Breathing heavily with rage and humiliation, Ding Shui scrambled to his feet. He couldn't believe this was happening. He furiously summoned a massive glowing crystal hammer, screaming that Chao Ji had grown a backbone and dared to fight back. He charged forward, vowing to remind him of his place as a punching bag. As the powerful hammer was about to crash down, Chao Ji went through a stunning transformation. In a flash of light, he was suddenly dressed in full plate armor, holding a massive shield that appeared just in time to block Ding Shu's furious blow. With a deafening clang, the attack was completely stopped, leaving Ding Shu gritting his teeth in disbelief. Now a formidable protector, Chao Ji stood firmly between Ding Shu and his kneeling family, shielding them from harm. He glanced back at his mother, then turned his gaze back to his attacker, his voice ringing with conviction. With a powerful punch, he sent Ding Shu staggering back, shouting that they were not the descendants of a traitor, but the descendants of a true hero. Chowdhury's sudden show of strength left Ding Ji absolutely stunned. Ding Shu reeled back, utterly flabbergasted. His mind spun wildly as he clutched his head, unable to comprehend how the boy he'd relentlessly bullied could suddenly possess such immense power. Blinded by rage, he lunged forward once more, screaming that Cho Ji was nothing but a punching bag he'd been beating up since childhood. He swung his weapon in a wide, powerful arc, seething that his former victim dared to retaliate. However, Cho Ji met the blow head-on, his armored body effortlessly absorbing the impact, sending Ding Shu crashing to the ground yet again, as his family watched in stunned silence. Cho Ji gazed down at his defeated tormentor and declared with unwavering confidence that he was no longer the person he once was. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, a far more desperate battle was unfolding. Yun Che was locked in a fierce struggle with the malevolent spirit of Chao Ben En. He knew he was facing his friend in his absolute prime, a warrior of unbelievable power. The disparity in their current strengths was colossal. Yun Che realized that, if not for the fact that Ben was a defensive class and currently mindless, he would have been instantly defeated. However, Yun Che possessed one critical advantage. He was the one who had taught Ben all of his fighting moves. He knew his friend's weaknesses like the back of his hand, allowing him to anticipate and counter every move. But even with this intimate knowledge, the fight remained incredibly challenging. The spirit's defense was that of a level 60+ warrior, and even with his blade of trickery fully powered up, Yun Che's attacks barely scratched him. Suddenly, the undead spirit unleashed a massive, explosive wave of golden energy. Yun Che instantly recognized the move. It was the legendary skill, Golden Light Shield, the very one he had given Cho Ji. Just moments before, he braced himself, blocking the powerful attack. A look of grim determination etched on his face as he realized just how much of a brutal struggle this fight would become. Back in the real world, a humiliated Ding Shu screamed, in fury, unleashing a powerful skill on Chao Ji, called the mountain-shaking Wild Hammer. However, Chao Ji, now a formidable tank, didn't just block the hit, but sent Ding Shu flying with a powerful punch of his own. He then followed up with a sweeping shield bash that sent Ding Shu crashing to the ground. Watching this pathetic display, Dingus scoffed at his nephew, asking how he could possibly be losing to the little brat from the Chao family. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he announced he'd take out Ding Shu's anger for him. He then lunged at Chao Ji with a powerful, energy-filled strike. As his fist was about to hit, he was met with a blinding flash of golden light. He looked on in disbelief as he realized Chao Ji had summoned a huge, crackling energy barrier, the legendary Golden Light Shield. With his new power, Chao Ji taunted his attackers, calling the so-called hero family nothing but cowards, who didn't even dare to fight one-on-one. At the same time, in the mirror world, Yunche was facing the very same legendary skill. The undead spirit of his friend was protected by the same bright golden shield, and Yunche was unleashing a relentless series of purple energy slashes against it. He knew exactly how the skill worked. As a legendary ability, the Golden Light Shield's defensive power wasn't just based on the user's stats. As long as it wasn't hit by a single attack, that was more than double its endurance limit. It could take at least 10 direct hits. However, it had a critical weakness. It was a consumable skill. Even the smallest amount of damage would drain its energy, and Yunche was using this flaw, chipping away at its power with each strike. Back in the real world, the Golden Light Shield protecting Chao Ji finally broke under the relentless assault from the Ding family members. Dinga scoffed, completely unfazed by the legendary skill. His expression twisted into pure evil. He declared it wouldn't have made a difference, even if the trash Chao and himself had wielded it, still holding a beaten Ding Shu in a headlock. Chao Ju shot back with newfound courage, claiming that if his great-grandfather were truly here, Ding Gai would be the one on his knees, begging for mercy. Enraged by this defiance, Ding Gai unleashed a wave of powerful, red energy, sending everyone flying. He loomed over the armored Chao Ji, mocking his ancestor as a useless fool who died in a low-level dungeon. He continued his rant, saying that even if Chao En were present, he too would be forced to kneel. To prove his point, he stomped his foot, unleashing a powerful skill, Gravity Shockwave, that caused the very ground to erupt. In a violent upheaval of rock and raw force, the attack hit Chao Ji with brutal force, causing him to cough up blood. But he miraculously stayed standing. Ding Gai looked on with a surprised smirk, commenting on how tough the boy was. He then summoned a huge, glowing crystal axe, his expression turning sadistic, as he wondered aloud how Chao Ji would stand after he chopped off his legs as he raised the axe to strike. Chao Ji's mother threw herself in front of her son, desperately pleading with the third master to spare him, claiming he was just young and foolish. She fell to her knees, offering herself in his place, begging Ding Gai to do whatever he wanted to her. Instead, her desperate plea gave Ding Gai a new, cruel idea. A wicked smile spread across his face as he looked from a mother to her son. He then gave a horrific ultimatum to the bloodied and cornered Chao Ji. If he refused to kneel, he would kill his mother right in front of him. Losing his patience with the standoff, Ding Gai casually dismissed his threat, claiming there were plenty of other people to kill. As he swung his axe towards Chao Ji's mother, panicked, Chao Ji screamed for him to wait, his resolve finally breaking as he prepared to give up. But before he could utter another word, the entire area was rocked by a massive explosion of dust and debris erupting from the ground, completely obscuring everyone's vision. When the dust finally began to settle, the Ding family guards and the Chao family were left staring in stunned silence at the towering figure that had appeared. A ghostly figure in full dark armor, radiating an intimidating blue aura, stood before them. Dingai, his axe still raised, could only stare in utter disbelief. Recognizing the impossible figure before him, he stammered out the name, Chao Yan. The revelation sent shock waves through the crowd. Chao Ji's mother looked on, whispering grandfather in a mix of awe and terror, while the Ding family guards erupted in panicked confusion, questioning how a dead person could possibly be resurrected. One of the Chao family elders, however, recognized the ghostly form for what it was, identifying it as an undead. At that moment, another figure emerged from the dust cloud, standing calmly beside the formidable undead warrior. It was Yunche. He looked at the stunned crowd with a cold, accusing glare, reminding them of how they had all looked down on Xiao in just moments before. With a smirk of grim satisfaction, he declared that it was only natural for Chao Yan to crawl back from the depths of hell, to settle the score with them all. The tall, ghostly form of the undead Chao Yan stood as a silent protector before the stunned crowd. After his initial shock, Dingai scoffed at what he thought was just a trick and angrily ordered his guards to attack. A squad of armored warriors rushed forward, with their weapons raised. However, they were met with a display of skill they couldn't understand. The undead hero moved smoothly, its sword and shield a blur, as it effortlessly blocked all their attacks at once. The Chao family elders watched in awe, one whispering in disbelief. Could that incredible warrior truly be Chao Yan? Chao Ju was utterly amazed as well, marveling at the sheer mastery of that parry and how it effortlessly halted so many skilled guards at once. From a distance, Dingai recognized the undead as one of Yunche's summons, just like the small fry he'd summoned during the raid on their home. Noticing the spirit was a mere level 33, he sneered. He scoffed that even as the spirit of Chao Yan, it was still pathetically weak, and charged forward with his flaming axe, intending to finish it himself. As Dingai's powerful blow came crashing down, the undead warrior's weapon coated itself in a strange, thick energy. To Dingai's complete surprise, his attack was perfectly parried, with enough force to send him stumbling back. Furious and embarrassed, a red aura exploded around him, calling the parry a mere trick, shouting that skill was useless against pure power. He then unleashed a powerful charging skill, Boulder Bash, planning to utterly crush the undead warrior. But just as the huge attack was about to hit, the undead Chao Yan again summoned the bright golden light shield. The powerful charge slammed into the strong golden barrier, and Dingai could only roar in frustration as he was stopped by the legendary skill again. From a safe distance, Yunche smirked as he watched the standoff. He taunted the struggling Dingai, explaining that even as an undead, Chao Yan was still an S-class spirit, and the legendary golden light shield alone was more than enough to keep him busy for a long time. Pushed back by the shield's great power, a furious Dingai finally realized its weakness. He ordered all his men to attack at once, hoping to overwhelm the shield and drain its energy with sheer numbers. However, their attack was stopped by a new wave of summons. A group of skeletal warriors, glowing with a terrifying green aura, erupted from the ground, engaging the rest of the Ding family guards, keeping them from aiding their master. Irritated by this new delay, Ding Gu immediately shifted his strategy, dismissing the summons as a minor inconvenience. He unleashed his own formidable power, manifesting a full set of blazing crimson armor. His power, now supercharged by a skill named Blazing Fury, led him to declare the summons utterly meaningless. He realized the true target was the summoner himself. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating skill, the Accumulated Pressure Punch, aimed directly at Yunche, knowing that killing him would cause all summoned creatures to vanish instantly. His eyes burning with wicked intent, Dingu surged forward, boastfully proclaiming the high-level gear his grandfather had bestowed upon him. He was certain Yin-Che stood no chance. But just as his devastating attack was about to connect, it was met by a blinding flash of purple light. A single, clean slice carved straight through his assault. Dinggu was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how Yin-Che remained unscathed. Before he could even process what had occurred, Yin-Che unleashed a torrent of crimson energy slashes, a terrifying skill known as Tearing Claw, that utterly annihilated Ding Ji's attack. Dinggu could only gape in utter disbelief, as his once powerful skill simply vanished. In that crucial moment of disarray, Yin-Che materialized behind him in a blinding flash, and plunged his sword into him. As Dinggu reeled from the unexpected blow, Yin-Che spotted his opening and called out to his ghostly ally, the undead Xiao, and immediately responded, its sword crackling with brilliant blue energy. In a perfectly synchronized move, Yin-Che leaped high into the air, utilizing the undead hero's outstretched sword as a launch pad to propel himself forward. With incredible force, he rocketed toward the wounded Dinggu and delivered a brutal spinning slash that sent the third master of the Ding family soaring, bleeding and cursing in sheer, unadulterated rage, his eyes burning with cold, unwavering focus. Yin-Che pressed his relentless, non-stop assault. He unleashed a furious torrent of purple energy, slashes that utterly overwhelmed Dinggu. Yin-Che moved in with breathtaking lightning speed. His blade flawlessly severed Ding Ji's arm. Dinggu shrieked in agony, clutching his gushing stump and desperately screaming for a priest to heal him. Amidst his panic, Yin-Che materialized directly behind him. Ding Ji's instincts kicked in, slamming his fist into the very ground, unleashing a devastating gravity impact shockwave, desperate to push his attacker away. But Yin-Che simply vanished, only to reappear a short distance away, completely unharmed. A superior smirk playing on his lips, he coolly asked the terrified third master what was wrong, taunting him, asking if he was perhaps scared. Cold sweat beaded on Ding Ji's forehead as his eyes darted frantically about, screaming once more for a priest who was nowhere to be found. Then, the reason for their absence hit him. His elite guards were being slaughtered, one by agonizing one, at the hands of Yin-Che's ghostly skeleton army, now emanating a terrifying green aura of newfound power. Yin-Che stood serenely amidst his spectral forces, a chillingly confident expression gracing his features. He then mocked Dinggu, asking if he truly believed his undead minions were still as feeble as they were during the initial raid on his home. A system window then revealed the source of their newfound might. It was a reverse skill granting all his summons, a massive 30% boost to both attack and defense, and a devastating aura that constantly harmed nearby foes. Yin-Che further elaborated that, with the power of this legendary grade skill, his army was now simply too formidable for the Ding family guards to ever hope to handle. A look of pure terror washed over Dinggu, finally realizing the utter hopelessness of his situation. With his guards defeated and his own power rendered useless, he made one desperate, final choice. Cursing under his breath, he spun around and fled. However, his desperate escape was immediately cut short. The very ground behind him suddenly burst open as the colossal undead Shaoan plunged its massive sword into the earth, causing the entire ground to violently quake. From the splintered earth, a prison of colossal, ghostly swords violently erupted, completely encircling the now utterly terrified Dinggu, entrapping him within a cage of pulsing blue energy. There was no escape. Standing calmly outside the shimmering barrier was Yin-Che. His hair now blazed a brilliant white, and his aura pulsed with an immense, tranquil power. He then named the technique for his trapped foe. It was the Sword Shield, Absolute Array, a special skill unique to the Sword Guard class. He then delivered a chilling final warning, explaining that no one below S rank had ever escaped its grasp before, taunting the trapped man to try his luck. In a final, desperate act, Dingai furiously raised his remaining gauntlet, which began to glow with a wild, crimson energy. He screamed for Yin-Che to stay back, revealing he held a void bomb, a powerful S-class item from his grandfather, and he threatened to set it off, bragging the explosion would be more than enough to kill everyone present, given their current levels and health. Yin-che, however, remained utterly unfazed. His expression was calm, almost bored as he stared down the desperate man. With a single, chilling word, he called Ding Gai's bluff, telling him to go ahead and set it off. The command caught Ding Gai completely off guard. He hesitated, screaming that Yin-che must want to die. He then tried to regain his composure, claiming that, with his own high health, he would survive the blast even if everyone else perished. But Yin-che had one final, devastating counterbluff. He calmly stated that it didn't matter, because even if the bomb somehow killed the undead Xiao-en, he could simply bring him back to life again. As Ding Gai sweated, trapped and cornered, Yin-che appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice cutting through the sudden quiet. He continued his chilling pronouncement, telling the trapped man that, while he might survive the bomb, Yin-che himself would be completely unharmed by the blast. Before Ding Gai could even react to the unbelievable claim, Yin-che moved with breathtaking speed, his glowing blade flashing, as it cleanly severed the man's remaining arm, the very one holding the powerful void bomb. The severed arm, along with its deadly weapon, clattered uselessly to the ground, with a heavy, resounding thud. With his enemy now completely disarmed and utterly helpless, Yin-che, still radiating immense, serene power, issued a single, chilling command, kneel, as if compelled by an unseen, crushing force. The ground around Ding Gai's legs violently shattered, then instantly reformed, pinning him down and brutally forcing his broken body to its knees. Witnessing this absolute display of power, Chao Ji, even with blood streaking his face, couldn't help but crack a smile of immense pride and relief. Nearby, the pathetic form of Ding Shu was visible, still trapped within the ghostly sword cage, weeping uncontrollably. Yun Xia then strode up to the defeated third master, planting his foot firmly on his back. He gazed down at the man who had inflicted such immense pain, his glowing sword held menacingly ready. With a chillingly calm expression, he asked the broken man to declare what worth he believed he had left. After the grueling battle, Yin-che reviewed the items he'd acquired from Ding Gai. He found he had a plethora of different things, including hundreds of life potions. Examining one of the potions closely, he noticed it would restore 100 health points over 10 seconds. But he knew that even if Ding Gai had consumed these potions, the healing would have been far too slow to save him from his critical damage. He was destined to die no matter what. His thought was immediately proven right, as he spotted the new figure standing by his side, the undead spirit of Ding Gai, now covered in a dark blue aura. Yin-che recalled that, after striking him down, Ding Ji's soul had appeared within the mirror world. He seized the chance and successfully transformed him into one of his undead. A profound thought sparked in Yin-che's mind. He could drastically grow his army of high-level undead by defeating powerful human enemies. Nearby, Ding Shu's unconscious body lay slumped on the ground, a silent reminder of the fight's brutal intensity. Meanwhile, the members of the Chao family watched Yin-che in utter amazement. The second granduncle simply couldn't believe that someone so young could be so powerful. He then looked at Chao Ju, who was comforting his mother, and realized it was Yin-che who had truly helped Ajay, empowering him to grow stronger in both heart and mind. But fear soon seized Gaoli, his eyes wide with panic. He frantically asked what they were going to do now. He was sure, terrified even, that the Ding family would exact terrible revenge for the third master's death. Another family member quickly agreed, claiming that no matter how powerful the young man was, he'd stand no chance if the hero, Ding Kuan, got involved. He reasoned that if the hero had killed their powerful ancestor decades ago, he would only be even stronger now. Yin Xia heard their worries, and inwardly, he completely agreed with them. He knew that once the news of what happened spread, the time he had left to get stronger will be perilously short. With the hero's formidable image burned into his mind, he knew he needed to level up, and fast, to even stand a chance against an opponent. Like Ding Kuan. Just then, a system message suddenly appeared before him, utterly surprising him. As he wondered if something had leveled up, the system message that astonished Yun-Che was a warning that his undead army had leveled up. He realized that sending his scattered, undead minions to fight monsters all over the dungeon had worked incredibly well. With their current level and equipment, his undead army could now completely control this dungeon. However, he knew that this dungeon wasn't enough for him to level up quickly anymore. This was why he had sent his undead out, with an even more important goal in mind. His main objective was for them to locate the dungeon's true final boss, the Dungeon Lord. He knew this creature, a level 41 monster called the Giant Eye Demon, was vastly different from a hidden boss. Like the Wandering Lord he had fought earlier, the Dungeon Lord was truly the heart of the entire dungeon. By defeating it, the dungeon would be finished, and the whole area would fall apart and vanish. This was all part of a much bigger plan. A more urgent plan began to form. Yun-Che eyed the dungeon's entrance, still heavily guarded by the teacher and several students. He knew they must have seen Ding Gai escort the Chow family into the dungeon. If the Chow family simply left now, it would instantly raise suspicion. So, his only real option was to cause a massive distraction by defeating the Dungeon Lord and completely demolishing the dungeon. The ensuing chaos would provide the perfect cover for the Chow family to escape without a trace. This plan also offered another major benefit. Destroying the dungeon would prevent the Ding family from discovering how Ding Gai truly died, buying Yun-Che a crucial amount of time. With his plans set in motion, his powerful undead servant, Chow En, fought tirelessly and successfully, defeated the Dungeon Lord. The system confirmed his victory with two messages. Yun-Che leveled up, followed by a message confirming the Dungeon Lord's defeat and the dungeon's immediate termination. As the dungeon began to pixelate and crumble, the Chow family members looked around in utter shock. Chow Lai, gripped by alarm, realized their entire world was collapsing around them. Yun-Che then appeared before them, calmly explaining his defeat of the Dungeon Lord. He laid out the rest of his meticulous plan, telling them the dungeon's destruction would spark chaos. This, combined with Ding Gai's sudden disappearance, would severely hamper the Ding family's reaction time. He urged them to use the confusion to make their escape, promising they'd be safe, at least, for a little while. However, he gave them one final, grave instruction. He told them if they were ever truly interrogated and pressured by the Ding family, they shouldn't hesitate to give him up and pin all the blame squarely on him. As their digital world crumbled into fragments, Yun-Che began recalling his undead servants, a golden light coalescing in his hand. Just then, a surprising system message appeared. It revealed that his hidden skill, Mirror World, had gained 5,000 experience points. The message explained that by killing the Dungeon Lord, he had gotten a dungeon core spirit, which was then turned into elements for his skill. A very important realization came to him. The only way to get the experience needed to level up Mirror World was by killing Dungeon Lords. He thought about the huge power boost the last upgrade had given him. With this new knowledge, a clear path forward opened up. He concluded that if he could level up this ultimate skill again, he would be able to quickly close the huge power gap between himself and his final target, the hero Ding Kuan. The scene changes to a private dungeon, owned by a rich person. A guard with a mustache and full armor stood on patrol with his partner. He felt their watchfulness was not needed, asking his partner if they really needed to be so serious. He casually suggested they sneak off to play cards, saying that no one would be stupid enough to break into a private dungeon. Just as he spoke, a shadowy figure, Yun-Che, appeared silently behind him. With a flash of light, Yun-Che fully entered the dungeon. The guard with the mustache suddenly stopped, feeling a strange presence behind him, but quickly thought it was just his imagination. From the shadows, Yun-Che watched them, his plan already in motion. He knew that the guards hired for these private dungeons were at most in their 30s in level. To him, these so-called secure places were almost defenseless. A series of clips of his non-stop campaign began. He thought about how close he was getting to his goal. One after another, he stormed through different private dungeons, a blur of motion that left scared guards behind him. He was getting closer and closer to his real goal, the day he would finally be strong enough to kill Dinkoin. The thought filled him with a burning anger, his eyes glowing with hatred. As he reminded himself, he had to keep his emotions in check until the perfect moment to seize his goal arrived. He meticulously began a calculated purge of dungeon lords. He battled a colossal, beast-like monstrosity, reminding himself to remain utterly calm. As the system triumphantly announced, he had leveled up and successfully cleared the dungeon. Moving on, he confronted more lizard-like monsters. His mind laser-focused on the truth. Calmness was the ultimate key to flawless execution. He then faced a monstrous, centaur-like demon, his resolve finally unyielding, now clad in powerful new armor, and engulfed by a maelstrom of purple energy. He conquered yet another dungeon. His power surged exponentially with every victory. Yunshei's relentless assault on private dungeons certainly didn't go unnoticed. Newspapers blared with shocking headlines about the mysterious, rampant clearing of countless dungeons, inciting widespread panic. With each dungeon lord he defeated, his ultimate skill, Mirror World, instantly gained another 5,000 experience points, accumulating rapidly. The media dubbed the unknown individual the Dungeon Vandal, and authorities had already launched a high-level investigation into the unprecedented situation. In a secluded safe house, far removed from their former lives, the members of the Chow family anxiously read the news. Gaoli stared at the paper in utter disbelief, wondering if this could truly be Yun Chei's handiwork. The second grand uncle, his face etched with worry, suddenly grasped the truth. He understood that the rapid clearing of so many dungeons would inevitably be linked back to the incident they were deeply involved in. He concluded that Yun Chei was deliberately drawing the Ding family's attention to himself to forge a massive distraction. With a powerful rush of emotion, the second grand uncle realized just how much Yun Chei was sacrificing. He was doing all of this for them, to ensure their safe escape. The family reflected on their new life. They were now in a secret location, a journey of several days' travel from the Ding family's reach, having managed to vanish without a trace. A burgeoning feeling of hope began to take root. Xiaoli remained utterly amazed that Yun Chei would do so much for them, while another male relative breathed a sigh of relief, believing they no longer had to live in constant fear and were finally safe. For a short moment, they allowed themselves to believe they could finally be free of the Ding family's control. Their hope was violently destroyed. A huge explosion rocked their safe place, the ground shaking beneath them. As the dust and smoke cleared, a scary silhouette appeared in the rubble, his voice full of condescension, as he asked if they really thought they could get away from them. The intruder stepped into the light, revealing himself to be Ding Hao, the level 42 second head of the Ding family. He sneered at the terrified family, questioning if they believed the Ding family would be stupid enough to chase after the criminal. He declared that, even if they weren't directly connected to the vandal, the simple act of daring to escape the Ding family was a crime in itself, and he had come to deliver a greeting. His face twisted with anger, his eyes glowing red with evil intent. He mocked them, asking if they had really underestimated the power and reach of the hero's family. A huge armored boot slammed down near the scared family members. Ding Hao called them delusional traitors. He then gave his final, devastating news. They had already tracked down the so-called criminal. The scene cut to a huge, heavily guarded complex, the hero's dungeon, where Yun Sha and Yun Yin were seen. Watching from a distance at that very moment, Yun Sha, now level 42, stood at the entrance to that same dungeon. His journey had led him here, and with a voice full of cold determination, he announced that he had come for Ding Kuan. As he prepared to enter, a final message appeared. His nonstop efforts had paid off. His hidden skill, Mirror World, had finally reached level 3. Having reached his goal, Yun-Che stood with Yin-Sha, looking at the heavily guarded hero's dungeon. From a distance, he knew the private dungeons he'd been clearing were only in the level 30 range. Continuing to farm them was a super inefficient way to level up. The problem was, all other high-level dungeons were like this one, state-controlled and heavily guarded by the military, with a 2-kilometer perimeter. No one could even get near. This was a major obstacle, because his Mirror World skill was limited. He knew that when he entered the parallel world, he could only explore within a 200-meter radius of where he entered, making it impossible to sneak past the wide security area without being seen. Turning to the person he'd arranged to meet, he realized he'd have to rely on Yun-Sha for help. Yun-Sha, with a playful and knowing smirk, correctly guessed what he wanted. She asked if he'd invited her all the way out here, just to get her to take him inside the dungeon, before cheekily telling him it was impossible. She explained that no matter what he knew about her, even she couldn't simply walk in without a proper pass. At that moment, Yin-Sha revealed her 2 temporary access permits, the very same ones he had stolen from the Ding family. He had come prepared. Seeing this, Yin-Sha took the passes. However, she pointed out a key detail. A temporary pass needed an official escort to avoid being investigated. Her expression then turned serious, her eyes glowing with intensity. She asked him for his real reason. Why do you need to get past the Ding family and enter this specific dungeon? So, secretly, Yin-Sho began to explain, pointing to a distant mountain. He reminded her of what she saw in the trader's dungeon, the heroic last stand of Chaoan. He argued that, since Chaoan was clearly not the evil person, propaganda said it was very likely that the entire story of the rebellion was also suspicious and worth looking into. Yin-Sha wasn't buying Yun-Che's story, her face utterly expressionless. She asked if he was taking her for a fool. She then began to dissect his story, picking apart every inconsistency. It made no sense, she pointed out, for him, a complete stranger, to risk enraging a powerful hero all for Chao Ji. More importantly, she reminded him, he had already broken into the Ding family's home, even before the events in the trader's dungeon had ever unfolded. She pressed him, asking, are you trying to claim you somehow foresaw the truth about Chaoan and then stole the access passes ahead of time, just for this? Then, she dropped another bombshell of information. Not long ago, she revealed Ding Gu himself had entered that very same trader's dungeon, specifically to stir up trouble for both Yun-Che and Xiao Ji. However, he had vanished shortly after and hadn't been seen since. Piecing everything together, Yun-Sha fixed him with her sharp, analytical gaze. His actions, she concluded, were clearly not those of someone simply trying to confront a hero. Instead, it appeared he harbored a deep, personal hatred towards the hero himself. As she spoke, her gaze hardened, a slow, dangerous realization dawning on her. The final dots clicked into place. She noted his name, Yin-Che. Her eyes narrowed as she voiced her suspicion, asking if he was somehow related to the original traitor from the rebellion, who was also named Yun-Che. Yun-Che met her accusation with a playful, disarming smile. Instead of a direct answer, he cleverly turned the question back on her, pointing out that her last name was also Yun. He asked if that meant she was also related to the famous traitor. His counter-question clearly rattled her. She stammered, insisting that she hadn't done all the suspicious things he had. Then, in a moment of frustration, she blurted out a secret. Her last name wasn't actually Yun. She confessed she had only changed her name to avoid any further bother. Yun-Sha playfully threw his own confession back at him, pointing out that if her name wasn't real, how would he be so sure about his? His tone then shifted, becoming much more challenging. He reminded her that her current attitude wasn't like someone asking for a favor at all. He questioned if she wasn't even afraid that he might just expose her own secret. Regaining her composure, Yin-Sha held up the access pass with a cool, threatening smirk. She warned him that if she were to simply report him to the guards, he would be the one who was truly finished. The two stood in a tense, silent standoff, their secrets and threats hanging heavy in the air between them. When Yun Sha threatened to expose him, Yin Che simply smiled and stated with confidence that he believed she wouldn't actually do it. This left her utterly flustered and annoyed. He then explained the reason for his unwavering trust, reminding her of her actions back in the dungeon. He believed that someone who would risk their own safety to protect fellow students would never side with people like the Ding family. To prove his point, he offered her the diary he had stolen from their home. He revealed that it contained evidence of the many evil deeds done by the descendants of the hero, Ding Kuan, who used their family's reputation to bully and harass innocent people. Yun Sha took the diary, but was unimpressed, asking if that was his only reason. She claimed that, if he was counting on her sense of justice, he was wrong, as she didn't care about such things. With a superior smile, she mocked him for being so naive, as to place his life in someone else's hands so easily. She then asked him a sharp, personal question. Had he ever experienced betrayal before? A shadow crossed Yun Che's face, as painful memories of his past life returned, and he quietly acknowledged her question about betrayal. Yin Sha was surprised by his reaction. He went on to explain that, whether he had been betrayed or not, didn't matter. It wouldn't stop him from being able to trust people. He declared his trust in her ran deeper than that. He truly believed her fundamental nature wasn't evil. This unexpected sincerity left Yun Sha visibly flustered. She muttered that he didn't seem like a good person himself. However, having made up her mind, she boldly challenged him. She told him that if he truly trusted her so much, he should simply follow her. She dared him to see if she'd change her mind and betray him along the way. As Yun Che followed, without a moment's hesitation, a single bead of sweat trickled down her face. Inside, she was utterly shocked, finding it hard to believe that, after everything she'd endured, anyone could still truly see her and trust her as a good person. Upon entering the magnificent, purple halls of the hero's dungeon, Yun Sha and the cloaked Yun Che were immediately greeted by a vigilant guard. The man recognized Yun Sha instantly, offering a respectful salute. He welcomed Miss Yun Sha, informing her that the hero had been awaiting her for days now, and that she could proceed directly inside. However, the guard's friendly demeanor quickly shifted to suspicion. He noted that old master, Ding Dan, had just entered moments ago, and questioned why she hadn't arrived with him. His gaze then dropped to the cloaked figure beside her, asking if he was her guard. He quickly attempted to explain, stating he wasn't doubting her. But old Master Ding Dan had given very specific instructions. He'd warned them that several temporary passes had been stolen from the family. So, they needed to be extremely cautious with all visitors. Yin Sha grew annoyed, confronting the guard, and demanding if this was an interrogation. The flustered guard immediately denied it, before revealing the true reason for the heightened security. They had received an official notice from the authorities. The notorious criminal, who'd been wreaking havoc in private dungeons, was reportedly heading straight for the hero's dungeon. Hearing this, Yun Sha shot a knowing, an amused smirk aimed at Yun Che, fully aware of the irony unfolding. The guard frantically continued his explanation, insisting it was just a routine procedure for her own safety. Yun Sha let out a quiet sigh and turned to Yun Che, whispering to him that the guard now seemed intent on investigating him. Faced with the guard's insistence, Yin Sha laughed and playfully draped her arm over the cloaked Yin Che, telling him to just let them check. She then leaned in towards the guard, her eyes gleaming with authority, and condescendingly asked if he truly thought she wouldn't recognize her own guard. She continued to mock him, suggesting she might be the fake, and even inviting them to check her too. Completely intimidated by her display of status, the guard stammered, saying he wouldn't dare. He quickly conceded if Miss Yin Sha was so certain, then there could truly be no mistake, and waved them right through. As they walked past the guards, Yin Sha let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. While passing through the dungeon portal, she mused to herself that Yun Che's true identity must be even more important than she had first imagined. Once they were safely inside, she turned to him, stating that, based on the trust he had placed in her, she had fulfilled her promise, bringing him in. She added she wouldn't interfere with whatever he planned to do next. However, she made it clear her help ended there. Yunxia simply thanked her. He then summoned a cloaked, skeletal, undead minion, telling her to take it and leave. He explained that by doing this, anything he did from that moment on wouldn't be connected to her. Protecting her cover, Yunxia then vanished. Yunxia seemed slightly impressed by his thinking, remarking that he had a conscience after all. After she left, Yunxia immediately entered the mirror world, with a familiar blue-tinted landscape appearing around him. Now uncloaked, he gazed at his system interface. A new, reverse skill was prominently displayed. A look of grim satisfaction crossed his face. He declared that he could finally put his incredible new power to use. This power stemmed from his newly upgraded Level 3 Mirror World skill. Yunxia scrutinized the system window, revealing his hidden skills. His ultimate skill, Mirror World, had now reached Level 3. He decided to test its might. Activating the Level 3 Mirror World, the system announced it was setting up a secret area. Inside this brand new dimension, Yunxia suddenly found himself facing ghostly copies of truly powerful monsters, some soaring as high as level 45. He quickly realized the incredible new function of his skill. The level 3 mirror world could perfectly copy monsters found in the real world's treacherous dungeons. This meant he could now fight and train against these formidable copies. Yunxia then summoned his own undead minions to fight alongside him. He realized that with this groundbreaking new ability, he could freely farm experience inside the mirror world without any risk of being found in reality. After some intensive training, he left the parallel dimension and returned to the real world. A flurry of notifications immediately appeared, showing he was still gaining experience. He understood another key benefit of this incredible upgrade. His undead army could remain inside the mirror world to continuously slay monsters and gain experience for him, even while he was back in the real world. With his undead army now tirelessly leveling up for him, even without his direct command, Yunxia turned his attention to his new surroundings. Alongside the spirit of Chao En, he stood on a cliff looking over a vast, grand castle city built deep within the dungeon itself. He was utterly surprised to find such a city in a secret area and decided it was the perfect time to investigate. As they walked deeper through the woods, Yunxia remembered the crucial information he'd gathered from the Ding family's diary. He figured this city must be where his elusive target, Ding Kuan, resided. He thought about how little he really knew about the so-called hero. He thought that all he knew was that Ding Kuan reached S-class many decades ago and hadn't shown his true strength in public sense. Even a high-ranking family member like Ding Ji did not know the hero's full power. Yunxia knew that having more detailed information would give him a much greater chance of success in his quest for revenge. He found it strange remembering that in his past life, he knew of every person who had reached S-class rank. Yet Ding Kuan seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Hoping for a clue, he turned to the undead spirit of his old friend. He called him by his nickname Ben Ben and asked if he knew who Dinkin was. However, the spirit of Chao En could only tilt its head in confusion. Unable to answer, Yunxia expressed his disappointment, wondering if his attempt to talk with his undead friend was still useless. He thought that when his SSS rank skill, Mirror World, reached level 3, the intelligence of all his undead minions was greatly improved. The improvement was most obvious in the spirit of Chao Ben Ben. However, he concluded with frustration that his friend's soul had still not recovered enough to be able to talk properly. Looking out over the huge castle city within the dungeon, Yunxia held on to a small piece of hope. He thought that perhaps if he continued to level up Mirror World, Ben might eventually get more of his consciousness back. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall in the castle, Ding Dan walked down a large staircase, reporting to his father. He was worried about his favorite Ding Gay, whom he called third brother, saying that he was still missing, and they didn't know where he was. He was speaking to a powerful figure, sitting on a throne, a man in intimidating full-plate armor who was Ding Kuan, the famous hero of the empire. Ding Dan continued his report, expressing his burning anger that the very criminal they hunted dared to come so brazenly close to their stronghold. The dungeon hero, Ding Kuan, rose from his throne as Ding Dan pressed his desperate plea. He reasoned that, for someone to have quietly captured the mighty Ding Gu, that person must also be an S-class level threat. For security reasons, he implored his father, Ding Kuan, to personally step in and handle the menace. Instead of agreeing, Ding Kuan's response was swift and horrifyingly violent. In a blur, his hand, now a shadowy claw with a glowing red eye, pierced straight through his own son's chest. As the life faded from Ding Dan, the menacing, shadowy form of Ding Kuan cradled his son's body. He scoffed at him, dripping with condescension, asking how a man so incompetent, who couldn't even keep track of his own child, dared to try and tell him what to do. Ding Dan gasped in utter disbelief, blood oozing from his lips. The armored figure of Ding Kuan looked down on him with absolute disgust, remarking how utterly pathetic it was that Ding Dan had just met the requirements for S-class at his age, yet couldn't survive a single hit from him. He continued his chilling speech, revealing that the only reason he even bothered keeping such a waste like Ding Dan around was purely to look after his grandson, Ding Gu. He then further berated the dying man, saying he not only failed that simple task by losing Ding Gu, but now expected Ding Kuan to clean up his mess. A look of pure terror filled Ding Dan's blood-soaked face as he realized the horrifying truth about his father. Ding Kuan then revealed a chilling secret, explaining that without Ding Gu, he had lost a blood relative. This loss, he declared, would cost him many years of his own life. The scene then shifts to the chaotic city streets, just outside the castle walls. A cruel young man with slicked-back blonde hair, named Ding Yen, another descendant of the hero, laughed wildly, perched atop a large, beaten man, his living throne. He cruelly egged on the starving citizens below to fight over pathetic scraps of food. A horrific scene made even worse by vicious wolves, attacking them as they frantically scrambled. A small child cried out in terror as a wolf crept closer, and Ding Yan's voice echoed, taunting them all with a cruel smirk, warning that the food would be completely gone if they didn't snatch it first. Suddenly, a tall, hooded figure, a level 60 enforcer named Nancy, appeared behind Ding Yan and addressed him as young master. Nancy pointed out that Ding Yan's pet, the poor man he was sitting on, hadn't eaten meat in days, and then delivered a truly dark suggestion. From a distance, Yun Che and the spirit of Chao En watched the horrific scene unfold. Yun Che grimly reflected that, compared to the pure, unadulterated evil displayed here, the actions of the other branch of the Ding family he dealt with seemed almost tame. As Yun Che watched the raw cruelty on the streets below, a powerful purple aura of anger began to coil around him. He wondered if he should step in and finally reveal himself. However, before he could act, his attention was suddenly seized by something else entirely. Beside him, the undead spirit of Chao Benbenen burst forth in a chaotic wave of blue and black energy, unleashing a furious roar of protest, a primal reaction to the pure injustice he was seeing. Yun Che looked at his friend's spirit with a sad expression, softly calling him by his nickname. He realized that even in his current mindless state, his friend's inherent desire to help those in need was as fiercely strong as ever. This instantly triggered a memory, flashing back to their shared difficult past. Yun Che remembered how, among all the children in the impoverished slums, where they grew up, Ben Ben and another boy named Lan Qian were always the kindest and the strongest souls. He recalled vividly finding them standing up to a cruel slave driver, and it was this incredible courage that led him to take them both in and protect them, guiding their training as his students. He hoped they'd grow strong enough to help others in the future. The memory faded, and back in the present, Yun Che was consumed by a deep sense of guilt. He blamed himself, convinced it was his fault. His friend had been twisted into this undead form. Just then, Chao Wen's spirit turned to him and managed to utter a broken, questioning name. Lan Xian. Yun Che was utterly stunned by this flicker of returning consciousness. He clutched his friend's spirit, desperately asking if his mind had returned, if he could speak. But the spirit only managed another broken word. Ding! Suddenly, Chao Wen's spirit exploded with a huge surge of blue energy. It struggled, but finally pieced together a horrifying truth, declaring, Lan Xian is Ding Kuan. The truth hit Yun Che like a physical blow, his eyes widening in absolute shock and dawning understanding. The scene cuts back to the throne room, where the armored figure of Ding Kuan stood over the body of his son, Ding Dan. After wiping blood from his gauntlet, he spoke the name Yun Che. In his shadowy, menacing form, he wondered aloud if someone was intentionally using a name so similar to his old enemies to provoke him. A grim, knowing look appeared on his face as he thought about how many years it had been since he last heard that name. With a sinister, confident smile, he addressed his old master, who wasn't there, declaring he would see for himself, who dared to pretend to be his dear master, revealing his true identity as Lan Xian. On the city streets, the cruel Ding Yin speaks to his huge, orc-like pets, mocking them for being well-behaved. He tells them he knows they must be starving. With a crazy laugh, he points to the terrified and hurt citizens scattered around the plaza. A horrifying scene of violence, undeniably his doing. A small, crying child kneels beside a fallen man, too scared to move, his face a mask of pure madness. Ding Yin boldly declares that these people are mere toys, and his pets should devour every single one. He barks the command, and one of the giant orcs lunges directly at the helpless child. But before the creature can strike, a blinding flash of purple light erupts. In an instant, the orc is sliced to ribbons by a flurry of impossibly swift strikes. Yun Che lands with effortless grace, his back to the chaos. His body crackles with a mighty purple aura, and his face is hardened by pure fury, his eyes burning with an intense glow. He silently screams, Lan Xian, in utter disbelief. He can't fathom how his former student could possibly be the same person as Ding Kuan, this monster responsible for such a horrific scene. His sudden arrival doesn't go unnoticed. The enforcer, Nancy, steps forward, demanding to know his identity, while Ding Yin watches on in utter shock. Nancy scoffs, calling Yun Che a fool for daring to trespass into the hero's territory, only to die. But Yun Che is lost in his own enraged thoughts, his eyes blazing with purple fire. He silently rages, wondering how the Lan Xian he once knew could possibly have raised such a vile individual as Ding Yin. This conjures another memory, a flashback to a much simpler time. A younger Yun Che stands before his two young students, Lan Xian and Xiao Benben. He explains to them that, because of the immense power held by class users, the old era of knights has now ended. However, he tells them that as a knight's son himself, there are still vital values he wishes to impart. He promises them that with his guidance, their strength will soar, far surpassing that of normal class users. As he speaks, the young Lan Xian looks up at him with bright, admiring eyes, clearly inspired by his master's words. The scene flashes back once more to a younger Yun Che, teaching his two eager students, the bright-eyed Lan Xian and Xiao Benben. He explains that if they wish to continue learning from him, they must remember a few crucial things. The first, he says, the lesson is humility. This lesson unfolds through a memory of the two boys harvesting a field with Lan Xian, playfully bragging he was faster than Ben. Ben Yuncho reminds them to remember they are no different from others and must treat everyone with kindness and respect. This is followed by a scene where the boys are paid by an old man for their work. Ben complains that the pay is too low, accusing the man of cheating them. The calmer Lan Xian quickly tries to stop him, telling him not to anger their master. But Yun Che silences Ben with a sharp command. After this lesson in humility, The younger Yin Che gives his students a book, explaining it's an extra reward. He tells them to remember this feeling of being rewarded for their work, and to never let themselves become arrogant. The scene shifts back to the present-day battle. Yin Che attacks with a furious storm of purple energy. Slashes. The attack is so strong that it completely shatters Nancy's arcane shield skill, leaving the enforcer wounded and utterly shocked by his opponent's attack power. Yin Che looks on with cold focus. Nancy is enraged, shouting that his legendary, grade level 30 gear and his protective necklace were both destroyed. Behind him, Ding Yin, filled with anger, points at Yin Che, calling him a filthy commoner, and promising to show him the true power of someone from a higher class. Unfazed, Yin Che charges forward to meet the challenge. This brings back another flashback to his second principle, compassion. The memory shows him and the two boys in a ruined city, giving food and help to a starving, helpless man. Yin Che explains that they must be kind to the weak and always use a good heart to fight against violence. This is followed by a scene of the two boys bravely fighting off a large man, defending the weak. The final memory focuses on Lan Xian. Yin Che stands right behind him as they gaze down at a captured criminal. He tells Lan Xian that since he himself was rescued from the very same slaver group, he should grasp the helplessness of the weak and deliver a fair judgment. As Yin Che charges forward, he unleashes a wide, glowing purple sword strike, a powerful slice aimed at Ding Yin and his enforcer. However, the attack phases right through them as if they were ghosts. They dissipate into black smoke, and the real Ding Yin and Nan Shi reappear, a short distance away, surrounded by the terrified citizens. Ding Yin mockingly comments on how pleased Yin Che must be to have slashed one of their illusions. The plaza then fills with dozens of identical copies of Ding Yin and Nan Shi, completely surrounding Yin Che. The real Ding Yin leans on his enforcer's shoulder and cruelly offers to let Yin Che slash more of them. If he enjoys it so much, Yin Che remains completely calm. Ding Yin continues his taunts. Noting Yin Che's perpetually angry expression, he cruelly guesses if that anger is for the helpless citizens, and then wonders with sick joy if a family member is among them. He issues a twisted challenge, telling Yin Che to try and slash them again. He wonders what Yin Che's expression will be when he finds out that, in his rage to cut down the illusions, he had actually killed the innocent people instead. As this cruel mind game plays out, Yin Che begins to power up his blade of trickery, his sword crackling with fierce purple energy. As his attack power dramatically increases, a split-screen view reveals Yin Che's unique advantage. Through his mirror world skill, he can see both the real world and the parallel one. At the same time, he sees the real, terrified citizens and the true location of his enemies, separate from the many fakes in the plaza. With his improved senses, Yin Che completely ignores the bait. He rushes forward, his eyes glowing with intense purple light. His glowing sword swings in a wide. A powerful arc slices past all the fakes, striking the real Ding Yang and Nan Shi. They're left completely stunned, baffled by how he saw through their illusion. The story flashes back to Yin Che's third and final principle, courage for his students. The memory shows a young Lan Xian and a young Chao Ben standing bravely against a large group of monsters. Yin Che explains that one must be fearless. He taught them that in the battle against dungeon dangers, there's absolutely no room for fear. One must always fight for what's right. The memory shows the two boys fighting hard, wounded but refusing to give up. After the brutal battle, the younger Yin Che finally appears. An angry Ben confronts him, shouting that they were almost killed. Meanwhile, Lan Xian expresses his relief that it's finally over. The younger Yin Che smiles, telling his students not to worry, as he was always nearby, watching over them. Faced with Yin Che's amazing power, Ding Yin immediately panics. He admits his opponent is strong, and in a show of pure cowardice, orders his enforcer, Nan Shi, to stop using illusions and act as a human shield, to buy him time to escape. As he runs, he screams a threat over his shoulder, warning Nan Shi that if anything happens to him, his grandfather will surely kill him. Left to face Yun Che alone, a terrified Nan Shi desperately tries to cast a powerful spell, summoning a human delusion swamp. He complains that as a caster, he's at a big disadvantage without his illusion magic. Just as he's about to cast, Yun Che vanishes from sight. Nan Shi looks around in a panic, wondering where he went, but it's too late. Yun Che instantly reappears directly behind him, and with a single, clean swing of his sword, cuts him down. The defeated enforcer desperately begs for his life, claiming he isn't a member of the Ding family and is just a hired mercenary. He pleads with Yun Che to pursue the fleeing Ding Yin instead, but Yun Che completely disregards his pleas, delivering the final, silent blow. Meanwhile, Ding Yan's escape is abruptly halted by the ghostly, towering figure of the undead Chao Un. Terrified, Chao Un blocks his path. Ding Yan, panicking, immediately tries to wield his family name like a shield, demanding to know what this thing is, and reminding it he's the grandson of a hero. He brazenly threatens the spirit, vowing to make its entire family suffer a terrible death if it even dares to touch him. Before the spirit can react, however, Yun Che appears, summoning a colossal, shadowy creature. It looms over the utterly terrified Ding Yin. As Ding Yin screams in pure terror, a system window abruptly materializes before him, displaying a list of all his equipped items. His robe, skill books, potions, and belt are forcefully ripped from his inventory. He can only watch in utter horror, demanding to know what Yun Che has done to him. The horrific scene plays out, juxtaposed against the final principles Yun Che once taught his students, a stark contrast to the pure evil he now confronts. The fifth principle was honesty, the sixth justice, the seventh honor, and the eighth, the final principle, was soul. The colossal, shadowy creature summoned by Yun Che attacks, unleashing a volley of dark blue energy, swords that erupt from the ground and rain down upon the city. Its target, Ding Yin, now lies lifeless on the ground, his reign of terror brought to a swift, brutal end. Standing on a bridge, overlooking the horrific scene, Yun Che gazes down at the citizens' bodies, impaled on spikes. He thinks of his former student, Lan Xian, recalling with bitterness how Lan Xian had not only ignored every principle he was taught, but had also betrayed both him and Chao Ben. His past sadness now morphs into pure, white-hot rage as he considers the sheer evil Lan Xian allowed his own family to commit, and he silently screams the agonizing question of why it all transpired. A voice rips through his thoughts, demanding an answer. Why what? It's the shadowy armored figure of Ding Kuan. Lan Xian, his former student, suddenly materializes behind him, before Yun Che can even register it. Ding Kuan lands a devastating punch to his back, mockingly commenting on how much fun he seems to be having. In his secret place, the sheer force of the blow sends Yun Che crashing into the castle walls, causing a colossal explosion of rock and dust buried in the rubble. Yun Che immediately begins his self-healing process, casting a series of basic heal spells. As he assesses his formidable new equipment, he's now adorned with the spider pearl necklace, the distant roar robe, nether serpent's pants, the nether cave belt, and nether cave pottery boots, all while his blade of trickery continues to power up his attack. Bloodied, but utterly determined, he pulls himself from the wreckage, his mind still reeling from the question aimed at his old student. Lan Xian, why? The shadowy figure of his former student, now fully identified by the system as the level 71 S-Class Berserker Lan Xian, also known as Ding Kuan, stalks towards him through the destruction. Instead of confronting him directly, Yun Che employs a new tactic, unleashing a volley of shiny, mirror-like shards toward his foe. Ding Kuan effortlessly swats them away, confused by their nature, and questioning if they're just mirrors. But the shards are merely a distraction. Yin-Che uses them as instantaneous portals, appearing instantly behind his former student. With his enemy completely caught off guard, Yin-Che brings his glowing purple sword down in a mighty, arcing strike, his voice filled with the pain and rage of a decade-old betrayal. As he screams the question that has been plaguing him, "Why did you betray us?" The powerful blow from Yin-Che's surprise attack shatters a piece of Ding Kuen's formidable armor. Ding Kuen, touching his now damaged helmet, grins and remarks that for someone to actually break his armor, their speed and attack power must be unbelievably high. Yin-Che's eyes blaze with an intense, furious purple light. He was absolutely seething with rage and pain. Clenching his fist, he screamed Lanchin's name to the heavens, confirming it was indeed his former student. He desperately pleaded for answers. Why he chose to betray them all those years ago. But an unimpressed Lanchin scoffed at the word betrayal as he summoned a massive, pixelated greatsword. Lanchin thought to himself, this intruder knew his old name and was even using the name Yin-Che. He wrongly assumed Yin-Che was an assassin, sent by some old enemy. With a wild grin, Lanchin charged forward, a terrifying war cry on his lips, unleashing a powerful swing of his greatsword that sent a devastating wave of crimson energy ripping across the area. After Yin-Che skillfully dodged the brutal attack, Lanchin instantly appeared right behind him, a mocking sneer twisting his face, asking if he was seriously trying to impersonate his old master, calling it a pathetic joke, ignoring the cruel taunt. Yin-Che struck back, his rage burning anew, screaming his question about the betrayal one more time. But Lanchin effortlessly blocked the furious attack. With a look of pure, unadulterated disgust, Lanchin coldly dismissed him, stating he was merely a tool and that any talking was utterly useless. He immediately and fiercely countered with a powerful, crushing swing of his own. The sheer force of their weapons clashing shattered the very ground beneath them, creating a massive crater, forcing both fierce fighters to leap back for cover. As the swirling dust finally settled, the spectral, undead spirit of Chao materialized at Yin-Che's side. With a grim resolve, Yin-Che challenged his old student once more, demanding to know what he planned to do about their other fallen friend. Fueled by pure rage, the ghost of Chao charged forward, roaring Lanchin's name. Lanchin looked on in utter shock at the terrifying, ghostly form of his old friend. In a blinding flash, he appeared directly before Chao Spirit, grabbing him by the neck with a furious, guttural roar. He mercilessly smashed the spirit's head into the shattered ground, demanding to know just how he was still alive. As Lanchin raised his fist, ready to strike again, Chao Spirit quickly summoned a shimmering golden barrier to protect itself from the blow. But Lanchin utterly shattered it with a single devastating punch. As the barrier crumbled to dust, Lanchin finally realized the grim truth. He finally understood everything. His former friend was now an undead spirit. He noticed that while Chowan had been revived, he didn't seem to possess much intelligence. As he stood there, completely distracted, Yin-Che swung his sword at him from behind. But Lan Xian skillfully blocked the assault. Suddenly, 3 new figures materialized on the castle walls above. One man called out to Lan Xian, calling him father and questioning his presence. The 3 men, all level 60, boasted they could have easily handled the intruder themselves. Annoyed, Lan Xian snapped at them to get lost. Yin-Che, however, summoned his own backup, calling forth the undead spirits of Nan, Shi, and Dingo to fight alongside Chowan. He ordered them to keep the 3 intruders busy. Lan Xian's eyes widened in pure shock as he recognized one of the newly summoned spirits. He gasped, "Is that my 3rd nephew?" He scrutinized the undead Dingo and confirmed his nephew was indeed truly dead. He muttered, "My blood relative." A fleeting moment of sadness crossed his face. However, his sadness quickly morphed into a sinister, evil grin as he looked at Yin-Che with a renewed interest. "I'm starting to find you truly interesting," he declared. He charged forward once more, noting Yun She's uncanny ability to revive others as undead. As Yun She barely dodged a swipe from his former student's claws, Lan Xian stood over him, his form growing ever more monstrous, his eyes glowing with a mad, terrifying light. He desperately called Yun She master, pleading with him to prove he was truly who he claimed. With a look of pure insanity, he screamed that Yun She had to be his beloved master, bloodied but resolute. Yun She glared at him with cold fury. He thought back to the person Lan Xian used to be, someone who would selflessly help others, even while suffering as a prisoner himself. As his blade of trickery continued to drain his magic, to exponentially increase its power, Yun She swung his glowing purple sword, screaming in frustration, wondering how his student could have become so deranged and twisted. Lan Xian, however, managed to block the powerful blow. Lan Xian responded with a blood-curdling, crazed shout, pinning all the blame on his own master. Enraged, Yun She grabbed him tightly. He fired back with a storm of furious questions, demanded to know what nonsense he was even spouting. He reminded Lan Xian that Yun She had saved him from slavery and granted him incredible power. He questioned if Lan Xian had truly forgotten everything he was ever taught, but was met with only hysterical laughter. Suddenly, Lan Xian's laughter twisted into pure, unbridled rage. As he screamed the true reason behind his fury, he fiercely questioned why Yun She took so agonizingly long to rescue him in the first place. As they clashed again, his twisted thinking was starkly revealed in a painful flashback to his tragic past, where he lay brutally beaten by a cruel slaver. He bitterly questioned why he had to endure such immense suffering before being rescued. He then ranted about his life, questioning why, as the student of a mere knight's son, he was expected to live such a comfortable life, where everyone was always polite. A memory then flashed, showing townspeople greeting the younger Yun She with warm respect. Lan Xian bitterly demanded why Chao Ben Ben, who never suffered such unspeakable horrors, was allowed to enjoy the same respected life. His deep-seated jealousy then exploded as he asked why Ben Ben was always stronger than him. He screamed at Yun She, accusing him of blatantly favoring Ben Ben simply because his past was cleaner. Finally, he hurled a question that seemed to bother him the absolute most, demanding to know why Yun She had him change his class to a berserker. He argued with twisted logic that because he was naturally shy and fearful, he should have been made a guardian, knight with stronger defenses, not a reckless attacker. Stunned into silence for a brief moment, Yun She finally responded. He asked when he had ever shown favoritism, reminding Lan Xian that he had always desired to become braver and stronger, and that was the true reason for his choice. Lan Xian furiously rejected this notion, screaming that it was all because Yun She preferred people like Ben Ben. He insisted that he also tried his absolute best to act brave, but then his tone shifted to cruel, mocking laughter. He questioned if his efforts had truly earned Yun She's favor. He then accused his former master, claiming Yun She had looked down on him from the very start, simply because of his past as a slave. "Stop pretending," he spat. This scathing accusation finally shattered Yun She's composure. His eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated rage. He screamed back, demanding to know about compassion and humility, furiously rejecting all the knightly values he had tirelessly tried to teach. Lan Xian shot back, asking if any of those lofty values could actually help him live a better life. He cynically pointed out that the respect Yun She received was solely due to his immense power. He sneered, unlike Ben Ben, who was easily fooled by Yun She. "I'll never waste time or opportunities for leveling up, just to save people." With a look of pure disgust, he again challenged Yun She. "How dare you speak of betrayal?" Lan Xian's confession morphed into a proud declaration. He proclaimed that since Yun She could choose Ben Ben, he was free to make his own choice as well. He then revealed that good old brother Luo Wei had been able to offer him a much higher status and far greater power. He, crazily, told Yun Che to look at the undeniable results of their choices, comparing Ben Ben's descendants to his own. He laughed with cruel satisfaction, bragging that Ben's family was now forced to serve as mere slaves under his very own Ding family. He mocked Yun Che's current predicament, and then pointed to a golden statue of a powerful figure, telling him to witness the high status Luo Wei now commanded. As Yun Che stood silently, his body crackling with a massive purple aura, Lan Qian delivered his final, taunting question, asking him, "Who do you think made the right choice?" In the end, the immense purple energy around Yun Che surged violently. His blood-streaked face twisted into a mask of pure fury as he finally snapped. Screaming at Lan Qian, he called him a heartless, ungrateful bastard. Fueled by his rage, Yun Che leaped into the air and unleashed a volley of glowing mirror shards at his former student. He then launched a blindingly fast and complex attack, teleporting between the shards to strike from multiple angles. All at once, a storm of purple energy slashes overwhelmed Lan Qian, who desperately tried to fight off the assault. The force was simply too much, and Lan Qian's sturdy armor began to crack and shatter under the continuous blows, breaking apart completely. After the devastating attack, Yun Che landed looking down at his hand. He spoke with cold, final judgment, agreeing with his former student on one thing. He truly couldn't compare to Chao Ben Ben. With a look of complete disgust, he delivered his final crushing insult, declaring that Lan Qian wasn't even worthy of being compared to one of Ben's toes. Lying defeated on the ground in his shattered armor, Lan Qian started to laugh wildly. A system window appeared, announcing that the conditions for his skill, Berserker's brand, had been met. Surrounded by a furious red aura, his scar body now bare, he rose to his feet, laughing like a madman, as he screamed that Yun Che had finally admitted he had a favorite. Another system notification showed his incredible power boost. His attack power had increased by 300% and his speed by 200%. The skill explained that the lower his health, the more his power and speed would grow. Now in a full rampage state, he screamed that Yun Che had confirmed his bias towards Ben Ben, calling him a hypocrite. As he dashed forward with blinding speed, the system added that the Berserker exclusive rampage skill greatly increased strength and speed, but lowered intelligence and defense. Yun Che was completely shocked by his former student's new speed. Lan Qian moved so fast. Yun Che had no choice but to retreat into the mirror world, just to survive Lan Qian's devastating strike. The strike sliced through a mirror shard, instead of hitting him. The sheer force of the missed attack was so immense, it carved a massive trench through the battlefield, even slicing the castle itself clean in half. As Yun Che reappeared from another mirror shard in the rubble, Lan Qian quickly figured out he was using the mirrors to teleport and evade his attacks. To counter this, he activated another Berserker skill, Furious Blood Rain. He mocked Yun Che, calling him helpless without his tricks. A storm of sharp, blood-red projectiles rained down from the sky, shattering the very ground. Lan Qian challenged him to a direct fight, sarcastically, reminding him that knights were supposed to be brave. Caught in the relentless downpour, Yun Che began to take constant damage. Meanwhile, Lan Qian walked through his own damaging aura, taking only small amounts of damage himself. Each hit activated his Berserker's brand, continuously boosting his attack power and speed. Even more convinced he was right, he sneered that Yun Che only preached about virtue when he was safe, calling him a spoiled noble who had never truly suffered, and therefore understood nothing. He charged forward once more, screaming that someone who had never felt his pain had no right to talk about compassion. As Lan Qian swung with incredible force, Yun Che barely managed to dodge the powerful attack. Lan Qian suddenly appeared, right in front of a shocked Yun Che, mocking his former master's ideals as nothing more than a childish game. With a powerful swing, He unleashed a huge wave of red energy, laughing at the naive idea that friends and students would stay loyal forever. The brutal attack hit, and the sheer force of the blow shattered the ground beneath them, forced to his knees. Entrapped in the damaging aura of the furious blood rain, Yunche could only endure the continuous hits as his health plummeted. Lan Xian cackled, reveling in Yunche's pathetic state. He relentlessly taunted him about his utter weakness without his mirrors, with his magic nearly depleted. Yunche desperately chugged a healing potion, barely managing to counter the relentless damage he was taking. Lan Xian slowly advanced, closing the distance. He gloated, declaring that even without attacking, Yunche would simply struggle to survive, battered by the relentless blood rain. Seizing a fleeting moment, Yunche lunged forward with a desperate counterattack, but Lan Xian effortlessly blocked his strike, remarking that his master had never been so fragile in the past. With a cruel sneer, he declared, "This is the price of your naivety," adding that Yunche should thank him for the lesson. In a swift move, Yunche summoned a small, ghostly dagger, attempting to stab him up close. However, Lan Xian effortlessly caught the blade, continuing his twisted lecture, stating that only through betrayal can one truly grow up. He then began his own brutal counterattack, mocking Yunche mercilessly about how utterly terrible it must feel to fall from such a lofty position. Yunche managed to block the devastating strike, but as their blades locked in a fierce struggle, Lan Xian delivered his final, crushing taunts. He gloated about how Luo Wei had become a respected king, adored by the very people who had once hailed Yunche, now branded a traitor, hated by all. Straining with all his strength, Yunche struggled to hold back Lan Xian's immense power with a final, taunting question, asking, "Do you feel jealous?" Lan Xian effortlessly overpowered his former master, sending him crashing violently into the rocks. Buried beneath rubble, and still taking damage from the furious blood rain, Yunche's health plummeted to a critical level. As Lan Xian laughed wildly, the victor then approached, declaring that Yunche's life was about to end, and his only path to survival now lay in his hands. With a twisted, cruel look, Lan Xian extended an offer. "Admit you were wrong, Yunche." He dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. He might just be allowed to live as his pet. Yet this offer came with one key condition. He simply had to reveal the secret to how he could bring the dead back to life. In the darkness, seemingly defeated, Yunche quietly admitted, "I was wrong." As he spoke, he summoned a new pair of daggers, the ghostly daggers. He clarified his statement, declaring his mistake had been saving Lan Xian from the slavers all those years ago. As a powerful golden aura surged around him, he continued, stating his second mistake had been trusting heartless people like him. Suddenly, a system message flashed, announcing that Yunche had leveled up. Lan Xian looked on in shock, realizing that his opponent's status had been fully restored. Yunche continued listing his past mistakes. He had been wrong to believe he could win people over by setting a good example, and wrong to think that good people couldn't turn evil. All this time, his undead minions had been continuously farming experience for him inside the mirror world, providing the final push he needed to level up. With his health and mana now full at level 46, he stated his next mistake had been strictly following the Knight's Code. He activated a series of powerful buffing skills from the new daggers, including Aura of Swiftness and Evil Possession. His appearance changed dramatically. His hair turned a ghostly white, and he was covered in a powerful ghostly blue aura. As his attack power soared, he declared that virtues were not needed to deal with scum like them. With a new look of cold, ruthless determination, he concluded that all that was needed was to eliminate them by any means necessary. Now fully powered up, Yunche charged forward, his new ghostly daggers crackling with energy, and met Lan Xian head-on. The two engaged in a fierce, high-speed battle. Their attacks, They clashed, a blinding storm of blue and red energy erupting. It ripped and tore across the ruined landscape. Lan Xian cackled wildly, absolutely thrilled by the fight. He screamed, "This is exactly how it should be." However, after easily blocking one of Yun Che's strikes, he began to ruthlessly mock his former master. He thought Yun Che had Master Nu, dual-wielding class. But now, he just looked awkwardly fumbling with 2 daggers. Lan Xian then scolded him, claiming that using an unfamiliar fighting style in a real battle was pure suicide. He even added that Yun Che seemed to have forgotten the lessons he once taught him. As a painful memory of his own past suffering flashed through his mind, Lan Xian swung, but Yun Che vanished before the blow could even land. Lan Xian was utterly confused by his opponent's sudden disappearance, but only for a moment. Yun Che instantly reappeared right behind him, driving a dagger deep in his back. Lan Xian coughed up a sickening spray of blood, enraged and reeling from the pain. Lan Xian spun around to counterattack, but Yun Che vanished again. He shrieked in utter frustration, demanding to know how this was even possible when all his mirrors were shattered. Frantically searching, his eyes landed on a gleaming pool of his own blood on the ground. He saw a reflection and realized the horrifying truth. Yun Che didn't need mirrors at all. He could use any reflective surface, even blood, to teleport. Absolutely furious at being tricked, Lan Xian unleashed a truly powerful ability, causing tendrils of blood to erupt from the ground and completely cover the entire area. He admitted that Yun Che had found a loophole, but declared that this new move would leave him with nowhere left to run. Activating his ultimate skill, Blood Frenzy, he confidently stated that now there was nothing left for his master to use. For reflection, just as he finished his boast, a shadowy blade pierced straight through his chest. From behind, he turned in utter disbelief to see the ghostly form of his other former friend, Undead Chao, and loomed right behind him. He weakly questioned how Chao had appeared and pulled off such a cunning sneak attack. Across the war-torn battlefield, Yun Che, now back in his true form, calmly recalled his spectral minions. He declared there was no need for a knight's code when dealing with someone so vile. The battle was undeniably over. Surrounded by the ghostly flames of his undead legion, Yun Che stood over Lan Xian's fallen body, his gaze filled with an icy, absolute hatred. He delivered his chilling final sentence, declaring only one thing remained: for Lan Xian to die.